14th Charlotte City Council meeting to order, and welcome everyone who is listening or watching. Tonight's meeting is being held as a virtual meeting in accordance with the electronic meeting statutes, and so we've met all the requirements of that statute through electronic means. We'd like to invite anyone that would like to view this meeting. You can do it on the government channel, the city's Facebook page, or the city's YouTube page. I'd like to begin with introductions for all of our members of the council, as well as our team that's in the building, providing the opportunity for us to have this meeting. So I'll start off. I am Vi Lyles, Mayor. If we'll go in the order of the book. I'm sorry, would you say that again, Mayor Pro Tem?
Julie Eisel, Mayor Pro Tem and serving at large.
Dimple Ashmera at large.
Braxton Winston at large.
I don't see Mr. Mitchell, so.
No, Mr. Mitchell is not going to be joining us this evening.
Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Ms. Watlington will join us later. District 4.
Renee Johnson, District 4.
Mr. Newton will not be joining us tonight.
Clark McCarty, District 6.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Okay. We begin our meeting with an invocation or an expression of inspiration, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, Councilmember Graham will provide us wisdom for our invocation, and then we will stand and have Councilmember Johnson recite the Pledge of Allegiance for us. All right, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could we all bow our heads? Oh, Heavenly Father, we come to you this afternoon as humble as we know how. We ask you for prayers for our community, prayers for our frontline workers, those who have been leading the way to fight this deadly disease. We thank you for the science and the data that allows us to have a vaccine within our community tonight. We hope that you bless our community, bless those who are in our tents, bless those who are struggling to make ends meet as we celebrate this holiday season. In your name we pray. Amen.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Graham. Ms. Johnson will stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Before we go, we'll start off with our city clerk.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Mr. Baker.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Donata Jackson, Office of Constituent Services.
Stephanie Bell, Deputy City Clerk. Tiffany Blackwell, Strategy and Budget.
All right, thank you very much. Before we move into our the manager presenting the action items for us, this is our opportunity to acknowledge a few things. One, we'd like to say to Mr. Newton, happy anniversary, and his wonderful bride while they're out. We'd also like to continue to extend our condolences to Councilmember Johnson on the loss of her dad. James Mitchell is out, and we're going to miss him. James, take good care. And I think we've got several other folks. I know that Mayor Pro Tem is visiting her mom, and there are other people that may have taken the opportunity to make sure that the holidays are brighter for their families or others. So thank you all for attending the meeting virtually, and to those that could not attend, we'll miss you. First, we'll begin with the action review for this evening. We've got a number of really important presentations, and I want to recognize the city manager. But before we do recognize the complete agenda, I'd just like to say that we're going to have several reports today that we will have or plan to have public comment through a public hearing on recommendations from these reports, and we'll acknowledge those. So listen for those reports that will have additional public hearing and opportunity for public comment on January 4th at our next regular business meeting. Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Tonight, our last business meeting of the year. I appreciate the council being patient with the staff. As you may recall, in order to address some of the concerns as it related to COVID-19, we moved some of our meetings around, and so we have a pretty robust agenda tonight. We do have the Legacy Commission recommendations, as well as the Charlotte Moves recommendations. And I will say that the concept here is at the January 4th business meeting, not only will there be public comment for the Legacy Commission and Charlotte Moves, but also the Governance Commission also. And then lastly, we have Cure Violence. And I've spoken with the mayor earlier today. Because we have the public forum that starts at 6:30, if we run out of time for the Legacy Commission as well as the Charlotte Moves recommendations, we can move the Cure Violence assessment under the manager's report. So, Mayor, that's all that I have.
All right. I see the chair of our Legacy Commission is on our screen. I'd like to introduce Emily Zimmerman, who is the former CEO of the Levine Museum of the New South and the esteemed chairman of this commission. So let's turn it over. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. We should do consent items first. Sorry, in a couple weeks. We have consent items 24 through 93 that can be considered in one motion, except any of those that the council would like to have a separate vote. I have a note on the list of the council questions that were called in. Ms. Waddell is available to address those questions, but I think you should have all of those. I think that Mr. Winston has asked that we have a separate vote on item 49. It is the CATS Cumin bus engines, and so we'll have a separate vote on item 49. And I think we can have comments as well after we have a motion. So may I have a motion for, are there any others that would like to have something for a separate vote? Any other items for a separate vote?
Yes, Madam Mayor, if I just received a call from a constituent that's a little bit concerning regarding item 88, certainly without enough time to get vetted, but if staff would consider deferring it to the next meeting, I'd prefer that, but if not, I'd request it be a separate vote.
So the question, Mr. Jones, is do we defer item 88, which is a property transaction for Providence Road sidewalk improvement? Is that correct, Mr. Bakari?
Yes, ma'am.
Green Tree Drive and Knob Oak Lane, parcel number 20. So it's item 88. Mr. Jones?
Mayor, we're trying to find out what are the implications of having that deferred. And so if we could just do the Legacy Commission and then come back to you at the end of the meeting.
Come back to the consent? All
yes.
right, so we will continue to work on that item as well as, we just want to acknowledge item 49, and we'll come back to consent items after the Legacy Commission. Flexibility is key these days. All right, so Ms. Zimmerman?
Thank you, Mayor Lyles. If you're ready for me to begin. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Isold and council members. It's my pleasure to present to you tonight the recommendations of the Legacy Commission regarding Confederate monuments and street names tied to slave owners, Confederate leaders, and segregationists. These recommendations are now informed by robust public feedback. Next slide, please. On the screen is the listing of the commission members, and I want to once again give them a major shout out, as well as to the consulting historians, Dr. Willie Griffin and Dr. Karen Cox. Many of them are on the Zoom, and all I can say is thank you, thank you, thank you. This group has been focused and committed, and despite having to conduct all their meetings virtually, has moved through deliberations very thoughtfully and effectively. And also another big thank you to Tiffany Blackwell for her terrific support. And perhaps most importantly, a thank you to the community. Already more than 1,500 residents have taken time to give us their feedback. Next slide. As I noted in my update to you last month, historical context was essential to the work of the commission. Presentations by the consulting historians provided critically important information about the historical background that gave rise to the current landscape of monuments and street names, as well as biographical information about the individuals and families honored. Like cities across the country, Charlotte has inherited a legacy of racial injustice. Enslaved labor was crucial to the pre-Civil War economy through work in agriculture and gold mining. Charlotte was home to multiple institutions in support of the Confederacy, a military training institute, a mint, and the Navy Yard. And from the late 1800s to the turn of the 20th century, Charlotte policymakers and media fueled the rise of white supremacy across the state. They did that through newspaper articles and editorial cartoons, political activism, and a proliferation of white supremacy clubs. African Americans and other people of color were denied equal rights and did not enjoy the opportunity to participate fully in the life of the community. They did not have a seat at the table for community decision-making and had no say about the selection and placement of monuments and street names the commission was asked to review. The commission also came to an understanding of how commemoration is different from history. History is about the past and commemoration is about the present. We create monuments and name streets to honor figures from the past to embody some quality that we admire. As society changes, the qualities we care about shift. Changing street names or renaming schools, like CMS is currently doing, is not about erasing history, but rather making sure people who are being honored uphold the values we believe in today. Next slide. In reviewing monuments, it was determined that there are no Confederate monuments currently in public spaces controlled by the City of Charlotte beyond those located in the Confederate section of Elmwood Cemetery, where approximately 100 Confederate soldiers are buried. The commission shares the view that memorialization is appropriate in a cemetery setting. The commission recommends that interpretive signage be installed near the Confederate section of the cemetery to explain the history of the Confederate memorials located there. The commission further recommends that the city reserve the right to accept or deny relocation or installation of monuments or markers on city property, including public cemeteries, going forward. Next slide. In reviewing current street names, the commission believes that the continued commemoration of slave owners, Confederate leaders, and white supremacists does not reflect the values that Charlotte upholds today. The commission determined that the highest priority for change should be those streets named for leaders of the Confederacies, as they actively fought to defend slavery, and also streets named for leaders of the white supremacy campaign of the late 19th century, as they actively fought against racial equality. The commission recommends that the city move expeditiously to change the names of the 9 streets listed on the screen. A description of those streets and the individuals honored are included in the full report, which I believe all council members currently have. Next slide. The commission also supports and encourages the efforts of neighborhoods and developers that petition for additional street name changes based on ties to slavery, the Confederacy, white supremacy, or glorification of the antebellum South. The commission worked on a list of criteria that we believe should be used in determining street names that will be named for individuals going forward. If next slide, please. Here are criteria that we believe are important in measuring the worthiness of proposed individuals, and on the next slide as well. We believe it very important to receive community feedback and also to work with historians and in determining the background of proposed names. Next slide. On the screen are sampling of individuals recommended by the community if the city decides to name or rename a street after a person. And this is only a small sampling. There is a very long, long list of individuals, both local and national. Next slide. I believe you skipped, there's a slide yeah, sorry, thank you. We think that there are opportunities to learn from our history. The legacy of slavery and segregation continue to impact people's lives and shape our community. The Commission urges the city to offer programming that explains the historical roots of today's inequities and to develop policies that dismantle the cumulative effect of systemic racial and economic discrimination grounded in history. The Commission recommends that the city educate residents about the full history of Charlotte. After we heard the presentations, we felt it really important that elected officials and staff of city, county, and CMS hear this and understand this history, and that educational materials about this history be provided to CMS and other local schools, and to post these online resources and make them available and accessible to all who are interested. When community members get out of sync, it's important to go back and look at historical events and weave our narratives together. Otherwise, distrust and misunderstanding grounded in history will continue. In looking to the future, the Commission discussed ways that the city can reimagine its commemorative landscape, acknowledging painful parts of our past while reaffirming our commitment to being a city where all residents can participate fully, where all residents enjoy fair and equitable access and opportunity. To support the city's 21st century vision, the Commission recommends creation of new symbols and new commemorative spaces that begin to write a new, more inclusive narrative. Such spaces would deepen understanding of Charlotte's complete history and encourage meaningful dialogue. The Commission believes that shared stories build community. And some of the ideas that we think the city should continue is creating a wall with names of enslaved people who lived and helped to build Charlotte. To also have the city connect and support the efforts of the group that are working to bring the lynching memorial from the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to Charlotte. This is a national initiative. And then also to create commemorative spaces across the city that feature Charlotteans of all backgrounds who have advocated for positive change. To support this work, the Commission recommends that the city apply for a grant from the Mellon Foundation's Monuments Project. The foundation is committed to spending $250 million over the next 5 years to, quote, help reimagine the country's approach to monuments and memorials in an effort to better reflect the nation's diversity and highlight those who have often been denied historical recognition. Next slide. The Legacy Commission's recommendations have received considerable community feedback. The feedback is wide-ranging, varied, and nuanced. After reading all the comments posted on the website and the emails sent to CDOT, I would like to give you an overview of the themes, but first here are a couple, next slide please. Here are a couple of pie charts. The next door responses, which were more of a quick snapshot, which were slightly more negative, and then the website responses and the emails directly to CDOT is almost the inverse, which were more positive. But now I'm going to give you some of the highlights after reading, as I said, through the 600 comments. Those who do not support the Commission's recommendation to change street names focused on the following themes. First, they said this theme was repeated often. Those who do not remember history are doomed to repeat it. Keep the street names as reminders. Second, the past is past. Focus on fixing today's problems. Third, city resources would be better used to address pressing issues. Often mentioned were affordable housing, homelessness, and pandemic relief. Interestingly, some opposed the Commission's recommendation to change street names because they wanted the city to go further and change all the streets linked to slavery in the Confederacy. And others said, no, we don't support the recommendation because they cherry-picked, supporting some of the 9, but not all of the 9. Interestingly, I would say there were only very few comments that I would characterize as overtly racist, and also only a very few that said that these recommendations were any kind of affront to Southern heritage or history. Those who supported the Commission's recommendation to change street names expressed the following points. Many said that these changes were long overdue. One person wrote, "Do all you can to make these changes that so many have been tirelessly fighting for and waiting for." Supportive comments included, "Yes, we should not revere those who are oppressed." A resident of Jackson Avenue, one of the streets recommended for a name change, wrote, "Thanks for changing these despicable names." Another said, "Yes, people of color should not have to keep dealing with white supremacy in this day and age." Another, "I think the list is good. I think anyone that was not only on the wrong side of history but tried to push us in the opposite direction shouldn't have streets named in their honor." Another, "This will not stop racism, but it is a step that is important to take." Many who supported the recommendations also saw it as an opportunity for healing. There were comments such as, "Let's make these changes in a spirit of healing and reconciliation. Part of healing the wounds is to acknowledge the pain of our past and recognize that there's still much progress to be made." Interestingly, this I found absolutely fascinating. Many common concerns were voiced by both opponents and supporters of the Commission's recommendations. First was the importance of learning from history. Here are a couple comments from people who oppose changing the names. "Teach about our history and learn from it. Don't try to erase it. I think we need to face our past and learn from it, not whitewash it. Start fresh and create new memorials of diverse leaders." Supporters wrote, "Spend time educating. We must always remember history, good and bad, to learn and grow. Teach our youth about this history and teach them how we can make it better." And one person even wrote, "The city should allocate funds for promotion and media to drive people to the online educational resources about our history." A second area of common concern, both supporters and opponents urged the city to focus on concrete policy changes and not just symbolic change. They wrote, "Move on to productive real-life change." A third suggestion was made both by opponents and supporters. Stop naming streets for individuals. Stick with place names or ideas. 100 years from now, who knows what people will think of our choices? Selection of individuals can be divisive. Some will applaud, some are unhappy, but an idea can unite. And fourth, both supporters and opponents voiced concern about the inconvenience and cost of street name changes for individuals and businesses on the designated streets. A neighborhood leader on Behringer Drive was especially concerned about the impact of the changes on the 150 residents living on the street, many of whom are elderly. To avoid the expenses and inconvenience, one clever solution was offered by a number of people for 2 of the 9 streets on the list. They said repurpose Stonewall Street and Morrison Boulevard. rename Stonewall for the Stonewall Inn, where the modern gay rights movement began in New York, and rename Morrison for Nobel laureate Toni Morrison, who spoke here in Charlotte when the opera based on her work, Margaret Garner, was performed by Opera Carolina. Next slide. While implementation of any recommendations that are adopted was not included in the Commission's charge, I felt it important to communicate these concerns. There's a strong feeling that residents not bear the cost of any street name changes and that residents receive personal assistance in dealing with any legal and logistical issues. Continued community engagement is crucial as Council considers next steps. In conclusion, on behalf of Commission members, I want to extend our thanks to you, the City Council and Mayor, for giving us the opportunity to engage in this important work to reimagine Charlotte's commemorative landscape. This is work that we believe can create a new legacy for our great city. As President George W. Bush said at the dedication of the National Museum of African American History and Culture, quote, "A great nation does not hide its history. It faces its flaws and corrects them." Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate each of the members and the leadership for this effort. I do have council members that would like to either comment or have questions. The sign says, the deck says questions. So we'll start with Ms. Watlington, and Ms. Watlington, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. I wanted to know if we could see the breakout of where the residents live. I just want to get a sense of how many of the people responded were on affected roads.
I believe that,
Hi, Emily.
Tiffany, you may need to answer. I believe on the next door, it is by neighborhoods. On the website and the CDOT, I'm not sure if we have that breakdown.
That's correct. The data from the next door were able to provide a breakdown by neighborhood. However, when responses were taken from the website, they weren't required to list their address, but we were happy to give you that data.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Watlington, do you have any other questions?
No, that is all. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Eggleston?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to the chair. That was an incredibly thorough presentation. I appreciate you, I think, very fairly presenting the different viewpoints that you heard from both within the commission and as feedback from the work. As one of the people who pushed for us to pursue this endeavor, I'm obviously very much in favor of making sure that we are not celebrating people who are not worthy of celebration. I know Ms. Watlington has heard from someone as well on one specific one, which is Dixie River Road, and I know that that you mentioned that there was more of a focus, Ms. Zimmerman, you mentioned there's more of a focus on the people of this history as opposed to maybe more generic words like Dixie. Ms. Watlington and I think some others have heard from folks who are investing a lot of resources in that corridor of Dixie River Road, and I think they'd like to be proactive. Not that it is their decision entirely to make, but with what's going on in the River District and things out there, I think there's a desire to be proactive rather than have to go back somewhere down the line and revisit it. But I do hope that we'll consider that. Another one, and I think you touched on it really eloquently about that while some of the neighbors on these streets might want to not live on a street that honors someone who was a white supremacist, for instance, I have heard from many residents of Aycock, I think it's Aycock Lane, and they had many of those same, they echoed many of those same concerns you outlined. So I guess a question for staff would be, if we have part of our plan would be to cover, obviously we cover the cost of things like replacing street signs, but how much can we do in terms of having a liaison on our staff that would assist residents of any of these streets in going through the process, or how much can we do in terms of being the ones that are proactive about connecting with the post office, for instance, and making sure that all these addresses get updated as opposed to each resident having to go through and try to iron out all those different things themselves. Each person would inevitably have some things they have to do, different mailing lists they're on, alerting their personal contacts of the change. But as far as some of the ones that are government related, I would hope that we can be a huge assistant in performing those, helping them get those changes, because I know that will be a burden, particularly on some of our elderly residents. So that's a question for staff. Ms. Zimmer.
So we're going to get those kind of, Mr. Eggleston, we're going to get those questions and get back and have a report after we have the public hearing. So it'll probably come sometime in mid-January. So continue to ask those kinds of questions so that we can have a complete list. And I expect we'll get a lot of those questions on January 4th as well.
Yeah, and certainly not expecting to have answers to those tonight, but just things that I think for us to make a responsible decision at the beginning of the new year, those are things we'll need to know. Ms. Zimmer, I would be interested, just off the top of your head, how much discussion was there around things like Dixie River Road or anything Dixie and other
well, those were discussed, and as I had on the screen, there was a recommendation that the commission supports those changes, but there's such a plethora of them, and that many of those are in private developments. One of the things that we didn't really realize when we began to focus on street names is which ones are state control, which are city control, which are county control. You know, we did talk about those and believe we support efforts of neighborhoods who want to change those kinds of names. So there was discussion. I don't know exactly what else to say about it. It was just that I know there's one development that is almost completely named after characters or place names from Gone with the Wind, but I believe it's a private development.
Understood. Thank you. And I really appreciate you too bringing up the idea of looking for ways to shine a light on a lot of the history that has not been maybe well taught or well covered in our community. And Mayor Pro Tem Eisel and I and former council member Mayfield were part of a group that went down to Montgomery, Alabama, and went to the lynching museum and learned more about the history of the lynchings in our community. And you referenced the one of Joe McNeely, which actually occurred on, not named that at the time, but right on or near Stonewall Street near the Bank of America Stadium. And so, you know, I do think that bringing that memorial, the replica memorial that's available for our community, if we put together a plan, I know that was a big part of the discussion that we had on that trip to Montgomery. I know several groups have taken those trips down there from our community. So I do hope that in addition to trying to right some of the wrongs of people who have been celebrated in our community for the wrong reasons, I hope we will shine light on the people who, in Joe McNeely's case, were killed in an extrajudicial manner and whose history really hasn't been told. And some of those things that we can't be proud of, but we need to acknowledge and own. That we'll focus more on those as we move forward and the things that we commemorate. So thank you again for the work and for what I think was a very comprehensive and balanced presentation on it. But we'll be curious to hear from staff on how we'll assist the residents as well as the businesses of the potential streets that would have their names changed if we are to move that direction at a future discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to Ms. Zimmer and the commission. You did a great job of presenting this, and I just want to thank you for all your work. I just have I want to support what Councilmember Eggleston just said as far as the practicality and the cost of making these changes. So I would hope that staff could look at what Ms. Zimmerman said. If we can look at those streets like Stonewall and Morrison, and maybe commemorate someone else that's not a part of the bad history associated with the name, but the good history, like Toni Morrison and like the Stonewall in New York City. I think that's something that, I think that's a creative solution, because we have to look at things like the cost for businesses to change letterhead or for residents. And while this is important work, if there's any way that there's a happy median for that solution, I think that would be great. I think of the GPS and the post office and all of that. So if there is a way that we can creatively do that, maybe make a resolution from the city on some of the streets we're able to do that, I think that's a great solution. I also have a question regarding the demographics of the commission. I've received comments, were there any white males represented, or were there white people on the team? I think that we want to be intentional about ensuring to our residents that this was a inclusive and diverse group. So if Ms. Zimmerman, you can publicly acknowledge that who was represented on that team.
Let me find the list. It was roughly half African American and half white, I would say. There was no other representation, Latinx or Asian, but it was, I would have to count it up. Tiffany, if you could count while I'm talking, but it was roughly, of the people that participated, a couple of people weren't able to participate because of scheduling conflicts. But of the group who met regularly, it was, I would say, essentially half African American and half white.
And that's great. We know that we were intentional about that, but just for the public to be aware that this was something that we did try to have, you know, both Black and white people in the, represented on the group, and this is an inclusive group seeking to heal the community, not to divide it further.
You know, one of the things that strikes me, one of the things that, and this is sort of, I guess, a point of personal privilege as well as my official. You know, I think that the Mellon Foundation funding is such an opportunity, because so often there are not resources to do the work we want to do, and they are really inviting communities to reimagine their landscape. So, you know, it's not only about looking back and whether or not we change the street names, but what kind of spaces can be created today that encourage healing and reconciliation, and that give that more complete history and bring people together. So I really, you know, it's my great hope, and I think the commissions that the city will think about applying for a major grant from the Mellon Foundation.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Johnson, did you have any other question or comment?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Mayor. Emily, you guys did a great job, and I really appreciate how sensitive and diversified your comments were. They actually pretty accurately reflect the struggle I've had in trying to resolve this issue in my own mind. A lot of the pros and cons you talked about are exactly what I thought about. I was interested to see that by a narrow majority, the combined votes in the groups that you referred to actually came out opposed. And I think we need to kind of reflect on why that might be. You mentioned some reasons. Certainly, we have to be very clear that we do not want to honor people who were involved in trying to preserve slavery, that we're not talking at all about respecting their attitude on the subject of slavery. Some of the people in question played an important part in the events that led up to where we are today. And so I do think there's a real issue about just expunging them, as it were. I realized that we would still learn in history class and in other places about them, but these were important people in our past, and to the extent that we don't like today what they stood for, we can't deny that that was our past. So I'm kind of grappling with that. And the recommendation that we kind of go and assign names such as the ones you suggested that put a more positive spin on the whole subject of the history of our race relations. The difficulty I have with that is we're in a state today of kind of, if you will, a sort of social turmoil. If you think about the Black community and their encounters with the police. And so I think in a way, I agree with the recommendation that maybe we just go to more neutral names that can endure and not be subject at any time to somebody else's argument, well, that wasn't right, or we shouldn't have done that. And maybe just take the naming process out of a lot of the conversations that are going on today. I hope we will continue to make progress in the area of race relations and continue to create opportunity for the Black community to try and repair the damage that was done by the past. But I don't know that that cause is helped by swinging the pendulum all the way the other way and now trying to repudiate instead of just kind of bury, if you will, some of those past events. I was interested whether you collected data in the polls that you talked about the kind of demographic mix of the participants. You had about 1,500 people, I think, and just over half of them were opposed. But do you have any kind of more information about how those groups were composed?
The city staff, city communications and community relations conducted the community engagement work. So Tiffany, who could respond to that one?
Sure, I can respond to that. Similar to, so we have the neighborhood data for next door, but we did not request demographic data for the website submissions, mostly because we wanted really intentional responses and candid responses. And the survey was already getting a little lengthy, and we wanted to make sure we had thorough and contextual responses from all the respondents.
Right. So, yeah, I was just going to say that as I try to interpret that data, without knowing who might have been motivated to participate and how representative they were of the entire population, kind of hard to assign a specific implication to it. As I say, it's interesting to me. I think I would have expected a majority, a clearer majority in favor. But there were some very good points made about why you might not want to do this. So I'm still wrestling with it a bit. I appreciate your work, and I'm definitely in support of the idea of not appearing to in any way revere or honor the people who fought for slavery. But I have a sense that this is kind of, these were the events that got us to where we are today, and some of those people played an important part in them, and I'm not really comfortable with just erasing that. Anyway, thank you so much for your work. Good job.
I will say in reading, and I mean, as Stephanie has said, we don't know precisely who was making comments, when you read all the website, if you want to go and read all the comments. But there's we have so many people who are newcomers to Charlotte. I mean, we've grown so quickly. And there were comments that I didn't include in the remarks, things like, I don't know anybody who thinks about the street names at all, or I don't know anyone who's offended. And you had those, but then you had, people like the person who lived on Jackson Avenue who said, thank you for changing these despicable names. And one of the television reporters who went out last week when all this first came up, went to Jefferson Davis Drive and knocked on doors. And there was an elderly woman who said, they've talked about this, and it never happens. And I sure hope this time they will follow through. And she had tears in her eyes. So, I mean, for some people, there is deep emotion and pain by having Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, in the middle of Druid Hills, an African-American neighborhood. So you have to your point, you have such an enormous range of views on this issue.
That's why it's hard. I just think our council should probably, in its deliberations and voting, reflect that diversity. And I'm just trying, in my own mind, to decide how to be fair about that. I think it's worth noting that if we did decide to change street names, the cost should not be a driver, frankly. And I don't think people who live on the streets in question should be expected to pay for it. So I think we need to stick to the more basic issues of history and the pros and cons that you talked about, basically, which I thought was a very balanced presentation. So I'm going to have to keep thinking about it myself. But again, I appreciate what you did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Winston?
Yes, I have a question for staff. I don't know if it's CDOT or the planning department. Do we currently have a city policy that sets guidelines for commemorative names and/or street names?
I believe Kathy Dennis is on the line. Currently, our policy for street names is they're not first and last names and no longer than 21 characters. Kathy, are you on the line? Can you confirm that?
I am. I'm on the line. Yes, that is correct. So they have kind of a list of qualifiers, if you will, and like Tiffany said, nothing more than 22 characters. They're no longer using first and last names. We did do that previously, and no business names. So if there happens to be a business name that's a person's name, that would be disqualified. And then, of course, no duplicates.
Yeah, the reason I asked, there was a particular email, and I think Emily cited actually in her comments an email from a citizen, Larry Vitis, I think his name is, and it was very compelling to me. I am certainly for the changing of a lot of street names as well as monuments, whether they be on public or private land that glamorizes bad actors and actions. But it is a bit more difficult to kind of consider who we should change it to, because, you know, it is as my opinions, just like everybody else's, are subjective to me. But when we think of names and streetscapes, and how our city is marked and what we communicate to the rest of the state, country, and world is important, and it's something that we should be cognizant of. And, you know, what his email was really, what Larry's email was saying is that, you know, we should move away from names because since names are subjective, you know, a name today might be acceptable, but in 100 years from now, there might be something that happened in society that finds today's names not appropriate for whatever reason. And there's so many words out there that are compelling, that are powerful, that speak to the history of Charlotte and North Carolina and the people. So many actions, so many descriptive words of the type of city that we are aspiring to, but have not yet been able to achieve. So why shouldn't we use words that are aspirational and that are more objectively representative of who we are and where we want to go? But again, how do you get there? How do you even choose this list? I think that City Council should really dive into the street naming policy, and we should set a strong commemoration / street naming policy. That policy should give guidance for the names and words that would be used for street names and commemorations. It could even be a list that is used so that that is predictive. We know as we're doing rezonings, for instance, what names are coming online. I believe that in this policy, we should also set that city council, the mayor, and the manager should appoint a committee that maintains, updates, and even doles out acceptable new names and street name changes. That way that we will have this predictability, we will give future councils and future leadership the ability to approach this in an objective way. And then we, by creating this citizen committee that deals with this day in and day out, or month in and year out, it gives the people the kind of final say on what is happening where they live. That is my suggestion. I hope we kind of move in towards a direction like that. Emily, if you have anything to comment on that, any kind of feedback on that.
I think CDOT would appreciate that guidance. That's what we heard. Again, you know, the full commission didn't really so much think about the idea of alternatives to actual names, except to say our recommendations were, if the city is going to use individual names, here are some criteria to consider. But it was really compelling to me as I read the rationale to move away from individuals. There, as I said, there were strong cases made on both sides about moving toward beliefs, or, as you said, aspirational ideas that I think have some merit. I mean, that's just, I think that was something we really gleaned from the community feedback.
I mean, there's just you know, so many descriptive words, you know, that are out there. The English language is a wide and deep creature. Why not use it? Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Emily, thank you and the commission for this work. Really interesting findings and recommendations. I wanted to support the idea that you had of working with the foundation, and I apologize, I can't think of the name of the foundation.
The Mellon Foundation.
The Mellon, not the Ford, okay. And why I think that's important is because what has worried me in this whole, the conversation, the greater conversation of taking down monuments and taking down street names, is that there's a history of that. And I spent a lot of my time in my career in Russia and was there in '91 when the Soviet Union came apart, and watched monuments being taken down and the euphoria and the excitement about all of that. And I remember thinking at the time, how will they teach people about Lenin and Stalin? And the Russians basically wiped that out. And today in Russia, there is this huge, young Russians revere Joseph Stalin. Because all of that, the awful things that he did, the symbols of that have been taken away and destroyed. And so I am definitely in favor of changing street names, taking down monuments, or putting them where they're appropriate. But as I listen to this discussion, I think I like the idea of being really intentional about what we change those street names to, because this has got to be part of a bigger effort to continue to educate people, especially our young people, about the history in the past. And if there's no signs of it anywhere, nobody's ever going to ask those questions and ask about it. Newcomers who come to Charlotte, I came from the Midwest. We didn't learn much about slavery in Southern United States when I was growing up. And a lot of what I'd learned, it was by moving to the South. And there's got to be a constant recognition and acknowledgement and visuals around what happened and why we've changed street names, why we've moved monuments. So I would definitely support working with the Mellon Foundation and finding out what we can do, not only to move monuments, but to recognize the history of our society and not forget, and teach our young people.
Well, thank you. My sense from what I've read on their website, they just posted this in mid-October, but I'm sure that every major that many communities, large and small, will be applying. So I think that it would, if the city wants to move forward, it would be great to explore what kinds of deadlines there are and what are the requirements, et cetera. But I agree with you. I mean, we have wholesale changes, throughout history, but you don't want to lose, as people said, it's just critically important to learn from the past. And what are the right catalysts to prompt those discussions and to teach about that history?
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any other comment? If not, we'll go to Councilmember Ajmira.
I'm good.
Councilmember Ajmira.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Many of my colleagues have already addressed some of my questions. Ms. Chairwoman, thank you so much for summarizing diverse perspectives so well. Certainly appreciate that, and appreciate the committee's work. I had, just like my colleagues, I had received emails expressing diverse perspectives. Well, one concern that I think you had included in your summary was Behringer, where there are a lot of elderly residents. They are concerned about financial cost and financial implications. And one of the points that resident had asked me to inquire about is there a fund or some sort of help available for elderly residents who are not able to afford some of this financial burden that comes with it. So I think we gotta address that, and I know that you already have included that in your summary, but I just want that to be mindful as we move forward as to addressing some of these concerns, especially our low-income residents, our elderly residents, where financial burden might be too much for them, and how we address that.
Thank you, Ms. Ajmira. I think everyone, Mr. Graham is our last speaker, and we'll proceed from there. Mr. Graham.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And I'm not too big to admit when I'm wrong. And when this topic first came up for discussion during the summer, I wanted to make immediate changes. The mayor talked me off the ledge and spoke about the need for a commission to do some thoughtful work. And she was right, as usual. And so I want to thank Emily, who I've known for a number of years doing community work, for the thoughtfulness of the commission, doing the work, asking all the right questions, posing some new ones for the council to consider as we move forward, to make what I believe is necessary change for our community, notwithstanding the cost, notwithstanding the inconvenience it may bear on some citizens and businesses. But I think if we really want to be a progressive, forward-thinking city, we have to be able to not only say it, but also have the courage to do it. Growing up in Charleston, where every corner a street is named after someone from the past, and if that city has the fortitude to take down the statue of John C. Calhoun, or have the fortitude to change the address of Emmanuel AME Church, which is 110 Calhoun Street, to another name, Emmanuel Way, I think we as a community can have the same type of courage and fortitude to do so as well. I know, based on the memo, that this committee report is coming to the Great Neighborhoods Committee, and we look forward to receiving it and really doing some of the work that the council members have articulated tonight to continue to be just as thoughtful as the commission and Emily has been in doing the work that we are receiving today, but to move it forward as well. So I look forward to continuing the work Ms. Zimmerman, hopefully I can put you on speed dial as we begin to ask some more questions along the way. I don't want to lose that body of work or that history that you have accumulated, and I just want to touch base with you as well. So I think it's really valuable that the work that have done thus far and how we move forward and the criteria that we use to make the change. I think it's going to be really important. I look forward to doing the work. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you to the Legacy Commission, each and every member, and thank you to Ms. Zimmerman for her leadership. And I want to also say thanks to Councilmember Eggleston, who often represents keeping our history in a way that we respect it and lead it. So thank you, Councilmember Eggleston, who I actually think came to me and he said, we need to do something, and I want to recognize him for that. Because we have taken this time and we need to get through 2 other reports, I'm going to move around the agenda because we have people ready to speak at the public forum. So I'm going to go back to the consent agenda, and then we're going to do the public forum, and then come back to the remaining items on the action agenda. So let's start with a motion for the consent items with I'm sorry, let me start again. We will have item 88 will be deferred until December 21st or January 4th, Mr. Jones? January the 4th. We will have a separate vote on item 49. So may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 24 through 93 with the exception of 49 and 88?
So moved, Madam Mayor. May I also make a comment on 31, please?
Okay. So that was Mr. Eggleston that made the motion. May I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Mayor Pro Tem is our second. All right, so we'll have a motion and a second. Now we will go to Mayor Pro Tem and ask for a comment on the Uptown Circle track. I don't remember which number it was. 31. So we'll have a comment from 31 from Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Mr. Eggleston.
I just want to say that I really appreciate the work that's been done on this. And sometimes when these things take time, the public kind of loses track of what we're working on. But this is an effort to connect the Uptown area with a safe bike track that's going to connect to other greenways and give us, I believe, 40 miles of connectivity. And that's really exciting as we talk about the need for other forms of mobility, other options of mobility that people can use to get around. So I'm excited about this. Thank you.
Mr. Eggleston?
Along the same lines, just wanted to make sure that in what is a very long agenda that this didn't get lost, because I think it's a big project, not only for the people who live or work near or adjacent or nearby to it, but it really connects 2 large pieces of our greenway system, which we are in the process of expanding and connecting as we speak. And so connecting these different corridors, I think, plugs so many more people into our central business district and center city. And so I'm just really excited about it. I want to make sure that it didn't get lost in all the other big stuff we've got tonight.
Thank you very much. So we have had our comments. All in favor? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I had a question.
Who?
This is Councilmember Johnson.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. I looked at the consent agenda and wanted to make sure I didn't overlook something and ask Mr. Jones. We've got a question about the Rule 9 for the firefighters, about an amendment or appeal. I looked at the consent agenda and that's not on there. I want to first verify that's not on there, and then secondly, ask if that's going to be on a future agenda. If it's already planned to be on a future consent agenda.
Councilmember Johnson, this is the City Attorney Patrick Baker. That item has been pulled, wasn't on this agenda. We will be making a presentation to the Civil Service Board in early January, and the item will be back on a City Council agenda, I hope sometime in January. And all the parties have been notified, and I'm sorry that didn't make it your way as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have two other council members that would like to address the, I'm sorry. We have two additional council members to address the consent agenda. Mr. Winston?
I just asked for a separate vote on an item.
Well, we had that on a separate vote. The motion did not include 49. Or 88, I'm sorry. Did you say 49?
Yes, you had it right, the Cummins CATS engine contract.
Okay.
I just want to vote on that, that's all.
Okay, so Mr. Graham? Mr. Graham?
I'm sorry, you were asking for my yes, apologize.
No,
Yes.
I wasn't asking for you. I have it as a separate vote. 49 would be a separate vote. Right now, we're on the motion 24 through 93, with the exception of 49 and 88. All right, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Did you have a comment?
I did not, no, I'm sorry, I'll take my hand down.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion on the floor for the consent items. I'm going to restate the motion, adopt all the items 24 through 93, with the exception of 88 and 49. All in, I forgot my list. Shoot. All right, so let's start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
We have 6 votes so far. Oh, let me go to make sure. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Okay, now we have 6 votes. Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, that motion passes unanimously. Now we'll go to an item number 49. Item 49 is approve a unit price contract to the lowest responsive bidder, MHC Kenworth, for the purchase of Cummins engines for CATS bus fleet for an initial term of 3 years. Authorize the manager to renew the contract for up to 2 one-year terms with the possible price adjustments as to amend the contract consistent for the purpose for which the contract was approved. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Driggs made the motion. The second is by Mr. Graham or Mr. Bakari. Somebody claim it for me, please.
It was Mr. Bakari.
All right,
Graham.
Mr. Bakari.
Graham.
It was Bakari.
All right,
Give it to
so
Graham.
is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, let's start. Mr. Winston?
No.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
That's 6 items, 6 council votes for it. Is there, aside from Mr. Winston, is there anyone else that objects to this motion? Hearing no further objection, the motion passes 10-1. All right, that's the consent agenda. We're now going to prepare for our public forum. This is our meeting where we schedule times for citizens to come and speak with us on any topic that's of their thinking or thoughts. And in this situation, I do not have the most recent agenda, Miss, from the clerk. Okay, here we are. So in this situation, we will have for tonight 15 speakers, and each speaker has 2 minutes. And we will go in the order by which the clerk has listed the speakers. And at this time, we will not reply to questions or different ideas. We will have the staff reply to each person individually so that you will get a response from the city manager's office or someone on the city staff. We're here to listen and hear what the public wants to say, and we will get back to you if there are specifics that we need to provide. So let's start off with Nandini Mittal. Nandini Mittal. I hope I said that correctly.
Yes, you did.
Thank you. If you have 3 minutes. 2 minutes, I'm sorry, 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes.
That's good. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and respected council members. I'm truly honored and humbled to be here. Thanks for providing me with an opportunity to paint a picture about the fundraising challenges our local nonprofits are facing. I'm Nandini Mittal, a sophomore at Weddington High School, and I serve on various school leadership boards in capacity of fundraising officer, and I'm a representative of Weddington High School at the Charlotte Mayor Youth Council. So fundraising, it's just not about raising money, but it's also about making a change. But during the midst of this pandemic, making an impact has been a little tricky. So the day that I came to know that I'll be presenting a picture about the fundraising challenges our local nonprofits are facing, my very next step was to reach out to the various nonprofits whose names are kept anonymous, and they work at grassroots level and help out significantly in the areas of immigrant needs, financial support, civic engagement, assisting seniors, and refugee support. So I created a survey, and here's the synopsis of all the feedback. The director at one of the foundations, who plays a key role in social equity and humanitarian efforts, said, many nonprofits have used various online fundraising platforms, direct giving, and capital campaigns to raise funds. Nonprofits also applied grants to get funds as well. While it's a challenge to raise funds in a time when the focus is on health and survival of citizens, other programming financial needs has come to a standstill. Another leader from a nonprofit says fundraisings for various programs have depleted significantly. Yeah, I agree. There's several grants available, only awarded to bigger nonprofits focusing on health needs. We'd love to see a grant or an aid from the local government which supports other initiatives like website development, which in turn will help developing virtual support in areas of education.
Thank you very much, Thank you very much, Ms. Mittal. Thank you for your comments. We'll go to our next speaker, Meg Fensel.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, Manager Jones, and staff. I'm Meg Fensel, the Program Director at Sustain Charlotte. As an organization that advocates for transportation choices and smart growth, tonight I want to ask you to prioritize buses on our streets by supporting CATS and CDOT as they test and implement bus lanes and other treatments like queue jumpers and signal prioritization. CATS buses are getting slowed down in traffic as our population and the number of cars on our roads has grown over time. We know that carving out space for transit riders on our streets, our largest shared public space, is often unpopular with residents who are accustomed to driving. Yet any successful city must adapt and adjust to the needs of its population to remain successful and to attract new economic growth in a sustainable way. Prioritizing buses on our streets is the only feasible path to achieving two key city goals. First, the Strategic Energy Action Plan goal to slash our per capita carbon emissions by 2050 and reduce our contribution to climate change. And second, by reducing the percentage of daily trips taken by driving alone, which currently accounts for 3 out of 4 commute trips and is not sustainable environmentally or economically as we grow. Improving the bus system to the point that it's reliably fast and an attractive option is the only way we'll get there. Increasing the frequency of buses won't get us very far if those buses are slow because they're stuck in traffic. When you choose to prioritize buses, you're choosing to prioritize the Charlotteans who ride transit. That's essential workers, that's seniors who don't drive, that's our economic growth and mobility as a city. And finally, I just want to say we're very excited to see that you've approved a contract to construct the Uptown Cycle Track. We strongly support the recommendations of the Charlotte Moves Task Force, including the entire process, and we encourage you to act on those recommendations quickly. And we're excited to see transportation and mobility at the top of the proposed 2021 state and federal legislative agenda. So thank you for all that you do to support transportation choices.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fensel. Shannon Coffey. Shannon Coffey is next.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Council and Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Shannon Coffey. I'm a resident of District 7. I live on Brushy Lane off Kuykendall Road. We moved into this home, my husband and I and our 3 children, about 1 year ago. The purpose of my asking the council to hear us tonight is to request that Kuykendall Road be moved to number 1 in priority on the priority list for sidewalks, specifically sidewalks on both sides of Kuykendall Road, in addition to 2 or 3 crosswalks with painted walks for pedestrian safety. This road in particular has become a huge, well, it's already been deemed a thoroughfare in need of sidewalks. So I understand that we are lower on the priority list, and it is the purpose of myself and other speakers tonight to ask that the council consider moving us up to number 1. This road has become extremely dangerous. There are no sidewalks. There are slits of sidewalks throughout a little over half a mile of Kuykendall Road on one side. The road consists of neighborhoods, Providence Plantation, lots of residences, a retirement community, a Greek Orthodox church, the Hemby YMCA, and McKee Elementary, within less than half a mile from Kuykendall Road. There are pedestrians, children, veterans, bikers, walkers, people pushing strollers and wheelchairs on Kuykendall Road. It is extremely dangerous, and in the interest of public safety, we are asking for the sidewalks from Providence Road to McKee Road to be installed and connected. Kuykendall Road does connect 2 major roads, McKee Road and Providence Road. With the expansion of 485 and the metropolizing around this area, the traffic has increased.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. I'm sorry, your time is up, but I think we have a few more people to continue this suggestion. The next speaker is Sarah Jo Burns. Ms. Burns?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to speak to you tonight. My husband and I moved to our home on Brushy Lane almost 19 years ago. And at that time, Kuykendall was little more than a country lane which connected busy Providence Road with the less busy McKee Road. And I remember our realtor telling us that sidewalks would soon be coming because it was in the city's plan. Well, that was almost 19 years ago and still no sidewalks. I'm aware that Kuykendall is on the list for sidewalks, but it's been on that list for many years. And I don't believe that we have moved up much, if any, in priority. In those past 19 years, we've seen Kuykendall go from a country lane to a major thoroughfare in an increasingly metropolized area. Before the pandemic, traffic would be backed up for blocks during rush hour and even during the after-school hours. There's an elementary school close by to one end of it, and an YMCA park facility, and a retirement home. But we only see traffic getting worse. There are 2 new zoning areas very close to the intersection of Kuykendall and McKee Road. These are being rezoned, I guess by y'all, to hold more homes per acre, thus dramatically increasing the cut-through traffic on Kuykendall to get to Providence. And there are many, many tax-paying residents in our area, but there are limited places to walk. My husband and I are in the elderly category, and we've been told by our doctors to walk. But Brushy Lane is a dead-end street both ways, and there are no other ways to access
Ms. Burns, thank you very much. Your time is up. We'll continue with the next speaker on the sidewalks, Mr. Kerr or Carr? I'm not sure which spelling.
Sure, I'm here.
All right.
Thank you very much for the time. I'm also here to support the request for sidewalks on Kuykendall Road. You know, first and foremost, the people in this community, they just really want a safe place to walk. And right now, it just feels dangerous. I saw so many people out yesterday enjoying the beautiful weather, you know, really kind of struggle to navigate the conditions on this road. But secondly, more importantly, in my view, this is and really has been a viable project that meets many of the criteria set forth by the sidewalk installation policy. I want to thank Vivian Coleman and Tamara Blue from CDOT, who spoke to me at length last week. And in the course of our conversation, I uncovered a lot of the things that are in the policy and as part of the assessment that weren't counted for Kuykendall Road. Once they did this, they actually rapidly, redid the assessment, and the scores for this road have dramatically increased. For my benefit, I asked CDOT to provide some scores for a couple projects that look pretty similar to me. One being Old Providence Road and another being a stretch of sidewalk on Sharon Road. So these are both two projects that have been approved by the council. They're in various phases of planning and construction. But what I think is interesting is the scores for those projects are lower than the new scores for Kuykendall Road based on these updated conditions. So with all that being said, I would petition that the council, when the time comes to greenlight future sidewalk improvements, that Kuykendall Road be seriously considered.
Thank you.
Third, and finally, I just want to encourage the council to continue to be aggressive when it comes to making Charlotte a pedestrian and bike-friendly city. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ryan Wilhelm. Mr. Wilhelm?
Hello. Yep, I'm here. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members. Appreciate you having me on today. To piggyback off what you've heard, I'm also live on Brushy Lane as well, and there's approximately 1.5 miles on Brushy Lane and 1.1 miles of that without sidewalk. Pedestrian friendly would be beautiful to let us be able to walk to places and connect our kids from community to community. From 2018, there was 7,500 average daily traffic going through. In 2019, 8,500, an approximately 10% increase in daily traffic within a year with the growth. I run up Kuykendall in the morning, and there's multiple areas where cars have actually swerved off, and you can see the tire marks. Brushy Lane has had its street sign hit by a hit-and-run driver at night where it was all pushed over and bent over. And with texting being worse now than DUIs, I find what is a safe time to actually walk when our fellow neighbors can't walk all the way up, just can only walk up and down our street, which is not even a quarter mile. So I guess the biggest thing I have, and I heard some fellow council members use these words, and I appreciate them, but do we have to have an adult or a kid or someone get hit to be the catalyst? Unfortunately, I don't ever want that to happen to where we finally make a change, where I think the words were used by the council member, let's not be reactive, but let's be proactive in pushing this forward. And we appreciate you hearing us. And when is the time? If it's lasted over 17 years, when can we actually see some action? Because inaction is not going to be viable, for these kids' safety being on a bus stop where a sign is being hit. So we look forward to your consideration.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Charles Mendiza. Mr. Mendiza?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council members. Yeah, over the last 3 years, I've received maybe numerous emails about the economic mobility strategy, requesting that employment issues be addressed because, the problem at hand is of poverty, economic hardships, economic inequality, and employment is the main source of income for most families, including mine. So leaving employment out of the scope of the economic mobility program basically leaves poverty and economic inequality, those things that we're trying to address, it leaves them unresolved. Now, my concern is that in employment relationship, three main stakeholders are employers, government, and employees. The Leading Opportunity Council is mostly made up of government and employers. There are no employees. We don't have powers, we don't have rights, basically. That's the way I see it. And it's a tough place for most of residents. And we have companies donating billions of dollars for racial and economic equality. But the real issues, those root causes identified by task force, which were discrimination, implicit bias, and several systemic issues. And it's just basic problem solving that to address identified root issues. I just don't know what's the best way for affected residents to be heard for real justice and equality, income in particular. because we have been talking about the Legacy Commission, and there's a lot of passion about those things. But how about the bread and butter issues? Can the city council really think about this and
Thank you
come up
very
with
much,
a
Mr. Mendiza. We appreciate your comments. We're going to go to our next speaker, Mr. James Lee.
Mr. Lee, we've talked to him. He's not going to participate tonight.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Mariah Gurley.
Hi, everyone. Thank you guys so much, Pro Tem Mayor and this esteemed City Council. I'm coming to you really quickly tonight because I, like many Charlotte residents, have seen the encampments, sometimes called tent villages, that are right in some of the busiest places in Charlotte. So that's one of the issues that we can kind of see, but kind of looking into what a lot of people have been saying as far as whether they, want these people to be there or not. Really, Roof Above is doing so much to help these people. And as a child that was once homeless myself, I can tell you that some of these families are not getting the same treatment as others. So we really have to come out and support Roof Above, because what they're doing is actually housing these people. There's a list on their website. If you go to their website, you can donate, but then you can also actually get items for people that are still living in some of these encampments. So I wanted to talk to you guys about that, but then also talk to you about an issue that a lot of people don't see on a daily basis, and that's domestic violence. Safe Alliance is an organization here in Charlotte. I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with them, but if you are not, please take some time to visit their website and look at some of the events and donation drives that they have going for Charlotte area families. So I know I only have 2 minutes, but if you could just remember Roof Above, please, if you have some time, I'm asking the council to just share it on their social medias to bring light to that organization, and then also Safe Alliance. And those two organizations right now, I feel like are really putting their feet on the ground and making sure that these families, instantly they're getting assistance. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gurley. You've said a lot, and it's very meaningful. Those two organizations do great work in this community. Our next speaker is Adam Linnett.
Mr. Linus, I believe, spoke with Mr. Baker, so
oh, that's
we're
right.
all good. He's not going to participate.
All right. Our next speaker is Jenna Bernstein. Ms. Bernstein. Is Ms.
Wendy, if you could unmute Ms. Bernstein, please. Hold on, Ms. Bernstein. We're trying to get you unmuted.
Should we go to the next speaker and come back, or is it one mic that has to be used? Ms. Jackson? We'll just wait.
Ms. Bernstein, can you try to talk? Okay, let's go to the next person. Mayor Laws, let's go to the next person and see if we can get her. Oh, Ms. Bernstein?
I'm here.
Oh, here we go.
Great,
Okay.
Thank you very much. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, first I want to tell you, Chag Sameach. I'm a Jew. I am just like Jane Wilkes, who came to Charlotte. The only difference is I'm native born in the South. She was a Yankee Jew who helped Marianna Morrison Jackson, Stonewall Jackson's wife, erect a Confederate monument. Jane Wilkes is the godmother of hospitals in the city of Charlotte. Why do kids not know this? Why do kids in Charlotte not know that 28 million Africans were sold into slavery by Africans? Unfortunately, if you look at the African slave trade, 9 million Africans never made it to the Barbary Coast to get on a slave ship because they were killed by tribal leaders. So I, as a Jew, know 5,000 years of slavery. Moses let my people go where in Egypt and Africa. I'm well vested on the African slave trade. I'm also well vested in anti-Semitism and ignorance plaguing our country. What I'd like to do is something about the #1 global institution of slavery and human trafficking in the world. Why are people being slaughtered in Africa today? Why are they still sold into the Middle East? Black Lives Matter, not to Africans, apparently not for Africans, but I work with world organizations to do and combat that. But I want to talk about the Confederate War Memorial that a Yankee Jew, helped put up a Confederate general's wife and a woman that they reunified the city together, rebuilt the city together after the war. And you want to talk about changing street names, changing interpretive plaques? How dare you even consider putting up a white supremacy false narrative in a cemetery where there are Jews laid to rest in that mass grave? How dare you not teach the youth of this country the truth of why the southern states seceded for the westward expansion of slavery. It had nothing, I'm not even going to get into this argument, but I'm just going to tell you something. Instead of harping on the abolishment of slavery and the woes of the slavery in America that was abolished in 1865, we need to move forward. Move forward by helping people.
Thank you, Ms.
Helping
Bernstein.
people means
that
not desecrating the
was very
dead.
helpful. So your 2 minutes are up. Thank you for your expressions. Our next speaker is Danny Kearns.
Greetings, Mayor Laws, Pro Tem Asselin, and council members. I'm representing the Charlotte East Transportation Committee. Charlotte East supports an effective transportation system that provides connectivity through multimodal transportation and is safe and accessible to all communities. Public transit must be of high quality and make life better for residents. This means shorter wait time, getting riders to the right places, and non-auto dependent connections to transit options. Greenways, overland trails, and sidewalks are very impactful alternative means of transportation and an important connection to public transportation in a rapidly growing environment. Connected multimodal options can efficiently, safely, and economically connect us to jobs, education, housing, healthcare, food, art, and cultural resources. Charlotte East believes the success of multimodal transportation connectivity is dependent upon the City of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County governments aligning the regulatory definition of multimodal transportation to include all forms of mobility in support of the Charlotte Futures 2040 Comprehensive Plan, the Unified Development Ordinance Plan, and the MEC Playbook by finalizing the two-party city and county agreement. These three policy documents will shape development in Charlotte-Mecklenburg for years to come, and they're being written now. At the rate we're going, if we hope to improve our lack of public connected mobility and improve the upward mobility of our communities, a formalized city-county cooperation is critical. Charlotte East supports the recommendation of the Charlotte Moves Task Force. And we believe it is important that our public transit conversations focus on quality, the needs of all riders, and how efficient public transit can improve all of our lives. The increased use of public transit benefits all by reducing congestion and improving our air quality for our city. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kendrick Cunningham.
Mayor Lyles and member of the City Council, I am Kendrick Cunningham, a representative of the Charlotte Regional Transportation Coalition. Smart transit and regional planning policies are essential for ensuring access to affordable housing, avoiding uptown sprawl, improving quality of life, and mitigating climate change. We recognize the need for multimodal transportation projects that promote equitable development, safety, environmental sustainability, and economic mobility. That is why we also strongly support the use of a sales tax to help fund the transportation mobility network recommended by the Charlotte Moves Task Force. Furthermore, it is critical that the sales tax does not overburden working class residents, exempting, for instance, groceries and other essential items. Also, the prospect of gentrification that pushes lower income people out of improved transit corridors must be addressed in planning that system and land use around it. We also believe that there should be an ambitious mode share goal for a higher percentage of people getting around by walking, biking, and transit. As the Charlotte Moves Task Force has pointed out, the Transformational Mobility Network various initiatives should greatly enhance our citizens' access to everything from grocery stores to jobs. Yes, it is a huge financial investment, but the bottom line is that bold action is needed for Charlotte to maintain its economic leadership in the region, nation, and as we begin to emerge on the international stage. As Charlotte continues to grow, our livability and attractiveness, our aim to be a truly world-class city, cosmopolitan city, depends on our foresight and investment. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. King. Our next speaker is Jessica Lefowich. Ms. Lefowich.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, hello everyone. I'll make it quick. Let me try to get all my little stuff in here now. I wanted to know if you all are receptive to forming either committees or meetings with grassroots organizations that would like to offer shelter solutions for our houseless neighbors, especially during this crisis and beyond. And also, are you all willing to cut the red tape on the zoning? Because I know from my experience and the conversations that I've had, people have had projects and because of zoning, they can't push them through. I also wanted to ask if it is possible for us to facilitate testing, COVID testing in the tent communities. I know there's some stuff going on. I know there's been some sick people down there we need to get the testing done to help these folks. Yeah, that's what I got. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for your concerns. I apologize, Mr. King. I skipped you, and you're next, Jimmy King. Mr. King.
I'm here.
Thank you. My apologies.
No sweat. How are you guys doing?
You have 2 minutes. Mr. King? Did we lose Mr. King?
Mr. King, can you hear us? You're off mute. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Am I here?
Okay,
Am I
there
here?
you are.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. King?
Am I here? I'll keep it brief. I'm just calling to talk about the bus lanes, and I, for one, am against it. It's just it's made the problems we had previously worse. We've gone down from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, and my wife and I kind of joke, but it's real. It's like the arcade game Frogger getting out of our neighborhood. I know that the program is a pilot program, and I think we started on, from what I understand, 9/29. So we're 3 months into it. They did have things on the road to count things. So I would just hope that we look at the data and use the input from people in the neighborhood to, check this experiment and see if it's working. I don't think it would work in South Park. I think there would be a lot of people mad about it. That's really all I have to say. We're not happy with it, and please take a look at it.
Thank you very much, Mr. King. So now our next speaker is Kenya Joseph. If Kenya Joseph is on the line, I'm not sure.
Hi, I'm here.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I am speaking on behalf of Hearts for the Invisible Charlotte Coalition, Hearts and Hands Food Pantry, and the thousands of families that we serve all around the city who are experiencing food insecurity at this time and are desperately afraid of evictions coming down in January with the stay of evictions expiring. My question for everyone on this call is, can city officials advocate strongly for Governor Cooper to extend the stay of evictions by extending his Executive Order 171? So many families in Charlotte right now are suffering. So many grassroots nonprofits are doing their very best to support them. My organization, we've been able to support over 1,000 families this entire summer, but we are not seeing funding. We are not seeing support. We are not brought to the table to actually address this issue from a city official place, and all of that is needed. We also serve the unsheltered homeless population, and I do want a fact on the record. There are far more than 91 people down there right now who need shelter. They have situations that extend beyond what our shelters currently offer, and there are many people ready and willing to step up to change that situation. But we have to be able to give them a voice that everybody can sit at the table and solve this problem. If Charlotte wants to be a world-class city, if Charlotte wants to stand up amongst all the great cities in the United States, then we have to address our backyard before we can attract from outside. So I hope that everybody, all the city officials, will consider what they're going to do and present a plan, bring everybody to the table, and address food insecurity and homelessness first.
Thank you
Because
very
this
much, Ms.
pandemic is
Joseph.
gonna
We
get worse.
appreciate your comments, and I think that the population that you were referring to was a count by the county a couple of weeks ago. I think there's an item on there, the Mecklenburg County Commission meeting, their policy and budget committee meeting, I believe, on last week, that makes that information available. It's online and on YouTube as well. Our next speaker is Miko McCarthy.
Ms. McCarthy is not with us.
All right, Kevin Murray.
Hi, how are you?
Fine.
Are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, listen, I got an issue that I really think needs to be addressed at a critical time. I have a quest to investigate the legal contract I have with my rental agent as opposed to the COVID-19. I asked for a little help with my rent for the month of November, that I would pay it before the beginning of December, and was told that they would not take any payments unless they were made in full with the penalty, which, okay, I can play that. However, then they added on attorney fees, because apparently if I didn't pay by the 8th, I was automatically, within 30 days, going to go to a magistrate's trial, or hearing, I'm sorry, which is what I have coming in 2 days. And I'm so happy I got to speak with you, because this is really, really, really something I think needs to be looked at in a class action type of investigation. If I'm under COVID implications, how am I being held to a contract that was made without a federal emergency in place? I understand the fees. I don't understand why I'm paying an attorney. You know, and the attorney, he's a fellow named Bushka, Corey Bushka, and some of the research I did, it appears that Mr. Bushka actually holds a position on the rental boards that's appointed by the city council.
Thank you for your comments. I know it's difficult. We have, we will get you the information for our Community Relations Committee that is doing mediation between landlords and tenants to see where that can be. So you'll get a call or a note from someone on the city staff tomorrow about the eviction process and what it entails and how we might be able to advise you tomorrow. Thank you so much for letting us know about that. We know it's being experienced throughout the county as a result of COVID and not getting any easier. So that's the end of our public forum session. So with that, we're going to go back to our second presentation, which is on the Charlotte Moves recommendation. I'd like to invite Mayor Harvey Gant and Assistant City Manager Taiwo Jaobi to come in and begin the presentation. Thank you very much. If you can come to the podium, Mayor, as well as Kelly Fannery, our esteemed finance director here. She joins us in this effort. Mayor Gant, it's all your forum.
Well, good evening, Mayor Lyles and Mayor Pro Tem Eiselt, and distinguished members of the Charlotte City Council. On behalf of the 25 members of the Charlotte Moves Task Force, I am pleased to present to you our final report, which I believe you should all have at this time, okay? Contained in this report is the collective voice of 25 passionate, experienced, and diverse community leaders who care deeply about the future of Charlotte and our region. Over 8 months and 10 work sessions, We have spent a combined 750 hours of work receiving public input, sharing varied perspectives, engaging in vibrant deliberations, and I mean vibrant deliberations, and developing a common vision. Your staff, Mr. Manager, presented plans already adopted by Council or in the process of being adopted. The 2030 Transit Plan adopted in 2006. The Envision My Ride Plan adopted in 2018. The 2008 Greenway Master Plan. The 2017 Charlotte Bikes Plan and the 2017 Charlotte Walks Plan. The 2018 Strategic Energy Action Plan, and currently in the process of being approved, the 2040 Charlotte Future Comprehensive Plan, along with Mecklenburg's County MEC Playbook. We quickly understood the visionary work of our city and county leadership, and you're having the foresight to adopt these plans in the past, which successfully, really successfully, aided the work completed by the Charlotte Moves Task Force. And indeed, we spent little time seeking to reinvent the wheel. You'd already done very good work in that area. Our transformational mobility network is comprised of your forward-thinking plans. I want you to keep that in mind. These are plans that you have adopted. The issue of mobility in Charlotte has proven to be a complex undertaking, but we believe our recommendations and our conclusions are clear and pretty straightforward. If we want Charlotte to keep moving forward and achieve better outcomes, a new approach is needed to shape the mobility future for Charlotte. Plans don't need to sit on shelves. They need to be activated. At the outset, we knew our recommendations were going to be bold in order to meet the challenge and the charge before us. And so let me walk you through our recommendations. The task force believes we need first a bold vision. We have defined a transformational mobility network. That's a mouthful. I want to call it TMN, but I don't want to get it mixed up. I want people to hear that over and over. A transformational mobility network that is multimodal, to meet our mobility needs, and to transform how Charlotte moves. 2, a significant investment will be required. A significant investment will be required. We have defined a funding strategy that estimates the cost, first of all, of the system to be $8 to $12 billion, of which $4 to $6 billion will be our local share. While this cost is the most significant we have ever discussed in this region for investment in mobility, we also know that the cost of doing nothing is greater. We cannot stand still as a city and region and expect this region and this city to aspire to expand access and opportunity to everybody. 3, there must be a commitment to accountability. We recognize that the scale of what we are recommending demands robust and transparent citizen engagement. And the outcomes of that process must be meaningful and measurable for our community. Above all, our investment must serve to build a more equitable, affordable, and sustainable city and region. And finally, we must build a culture of partnership. A culture of partnership. I don't know how many times in the last 8 months people have asked me the question, well, transportation doesn't stop at an imaginary boundary line called the city of Charlotte. So we know we must build a culture of partnership. We know that achieving this vision will only come through the collective efforts of a broad set of partners working together. This begins with our state and extends to the towns and counties of our region, aligning common goals and resources to achieve shared success. Let me elaborate a little bit more on this. We understand that our ask for a 1 cent increase in our current sales tax will require legislative approval, enabling legislation from the General Assembly. And our partnership with the state is very important in realizing this goal. Our partnership with the county and each town in the county is also crucial in realizing these goals. And while the focus of this task force has been on Charlotte and Mecklenburg, implementing this transformational mobility network is done within the context of the work of our regional partners. The Central Atlanta Regional Council, which is doing the work to connect our region together. The Connect Beyond project, which includes other counties beyond Mecklenburg County. In implementing this mobility network, we have to be mindful of future connections, especially with Gaston, Union, Cabarrus, and Ardell counties. Finally, our partnership is with our residents, with our citizens, and business leaders in this community and beyond, and pursuing this scale of program is very important. This task force report is just the beginning, we realize this, of a tough journey. But I, along with task force members, believe that we are handing off this report to a very capable mayor and council that will deliver the kind of physical mobility that will change our city, county, and region for generations to come, resulting in jobs creation, improving upward mobility, cleaner environment, protecting residents against displacement, and maintaining the quality of life that Charlotte has become known for. I speak for the task force in saying we are proud to serve Charlotte and the region at this unique time, and we are ready to support you in the necessary and hard work ahead. I will now turn it over to our very capable Taiwo, who's our Assistant City Manager and Planning Director, and he's going to share with you the 3 key recommendations from the report, and then we will discuss as needed. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Gant. Appreciate that. Thank you for your leadership and the leadership of the task force. Good evening, Mayor Lyles and Council and Manager Jones. So you have the report in front of you. This was provided electronically to council members and task force members on Friday, and we're going to be getting the hard copy to everyone this week. They are available now. But I will not go into the details of the report. I'll just share a few things with you, building off of what Mayor Gant has just shared with us. Well, my focus will be on 5 main things. One is I'll walk us through the 3 proposed recommendations of the task force, and I'll walk us also through a couple of key considerations in moving us forward with those recommendations. We'll talk about the funding strategy. My colleague, our Chief Financial Officer, Kelly Flannery, will step in towards the end to talk a little bit more about that. Then I will present to you guiding principles for developing a program of infrastructure. Then we'll talk about what's next. It's very interesting, and I don't think this is by accident, that tonight we've heard about implementing cycle tracks, public comments about public transit and sidewalks. We've even had someone talk about intermodal, multimodal. This is not unusual. This is typical. Almost every third Monday of the night, my favorite council meetings, rezoning meetings, and the manager's favorite as well. There is no time we have a petition that does not. It doesn't matter if it's a 1 unit or multiple units. There's always a conversation around transportation. So the timing is right for us to start having this conversation with regards to mobility network. You will have seen this a number of times, but I will direct your attention to a couple of things. One is that the previous one that you saw, you noticed that we had 110 miles for rapid transit, but what we were doing was combining an approximately additional miles of 90 miles to what we have today, which is roughly 20. But what I wanted us to focus on would be if we were to implement this transformation and mobility network, the report says that will give us an additional approximate 90 miles of rapid rail program, approximately 75 miles of bicycle network, improvements to about 60 miles, considering, of a road system, 140 miles of bus priority system, 115 miles of new greenway system, but perhaps even more importantly to about 10,000 residents of Charlotte who are visually impaired today, or those who use and rely on their wheelchair regularly, is that 150 miles of improvements to that first mile, last mile gap that's so crucial to a lot of our residents in Charlotte today. The second thing I'll direct our attention to is that website over there. Tonight, after this presentation, the report will be available on that website to our public so they can review it alongside with us as well. But I will quickly build on those 3 recommendations that Mayor Gann summarized. The first one is to invest in the mobility that meets our changing needs. Charlotte is changing. Last week, Tuesday, I believe it was the Wall Street Journal that published that during this pandemic, 5 cities are actually the recipients of people moving: Charlotte, Sacramento, Salt Lake, Phoenix, and Austin. And that will continue post-pandemic. And we're the number 1 in the country for baby boomers, top 5 in the country for millennials. And we continue to receive more people coming into our city. Therefore, the task force, understanding that we'll continue to grow, is asking the council, or at least recommending to the council, to endorsing the Mobility Investment Program, aka Transformation and Mobility Network, and actively pursue federal and state funding partnerships in addition to the local portion, which is $4 billion to $6 billion, and then to look at potentially new sources through local and regional partnerships. Number 2 is adopting a strategic mobility plan. We'll be talking more about that in the future, but in 2021, that not only refines the transformation and mobility network, but also how can we evaluate, prioritize, design, and integrate our mobility investments. And finally, Mayor Gann talked about accountability, and that is to have a community dashboard that will help our community really work with us and follow through the process to make sure that we deliver on our commitment. The second recommendation is to align this mobility investment with related initiatives. There's a lot going on in our city. Well, first of all, identify a mode share target. Today, 76.6% of people who drive in Charlotte rely on the single occupant vehicle. And I believe that we all know by now that if we had no coronavirus impacting the way people commute, about 51% of people who will come into Mecklenburg County between Monday and Friday come from outside this city, and they are driving. So how can we achieve a mode share target that redistributes how people move and not just reliance excessively on the single occupant vehicle. That does a lot for us in terms of moving the needle towards achievement of our Vision Zero program. The task force also recommends developing a program that includes funding and policy to designed to protect people against displacement and to promote housing affordability. And that will incorporate the funding for that into the Mobility Investment Network. And then thirdly, to explore the feasibility of a transit fare reduction program, part of the whole idea of trying to mitigate whatever is regressive in the nature of any future sales tax. And the third and final recommendation is to commit the resources to achieve that vision, which is what the task force has referred to as 1 cent for mobility. That 1 cent sales tax for mobility, which includes for transit and non-transit, will exclude groceries and medication, as the current sales tax does. But we also know it's very important, like Mayor Gant said, that we have the necessary state legislative authorization to do this, and that there's a lot of hard work to be done to get Mecklenburg County voter approval for that in the future. And if we need to augment the sales tax, depending on what we hear with regards to our discussions with our partners, we could go to a significant one-time City of Charlotte capital investment program, bond for mobility like we've done for a few years now. And perhaps even more importantly, committing to a 1 cent for mobility referendum in the fall of 2021. There are a few key considerations that it's also very important as we move forward with these recommendations. One is accountability and messaging is so important. So it's not just about new taxes, but how do we invest in a significant mobility system that will connect people to homes, to jobs, to wherever it is that whatever they want to do in our community. Again, Community Oversight Board. In the case of Austin, they actually created something that we've done here, a dashboard that people can go to on the website and see how you're moving through the program and the projects regularly. Keeping the message simple, communicating expected outcomes is very important. Making sure that we address the question of what's in it for me. That, in other words, something for everyone, and that will make it relevant to the entire community. Partnership is so important. I was having one of my daughters was with me when I was talking about transformation and mobility network, and she heard me refer to a $4 to $6 billion. And she looked at me and said, how are you going to pay for that? And I said, partnership is very important. Not just partnership with federal and state, Mecklenburg towns, Mecklenburg County residents and neighborhood, but everyone who lives in our community and who does business in our community. We do not take that for granted at all. But also the regional approach. In other words, there's a lot going on. How can we bring our partners on board to make sure that we consider them as we move forward? And there's a lot of initiatives going on. The comprehensive plan, Mayor Gant talked about the Mecklenburg County Park and Rec comprehensive plan for their play spaces in the community. That's important. Connect Beyond, which the Central Carolina Regional Council is working on, as well as our 2050 plan for the Regional Transportation Organization. So the strategy for funding this, we've shared this with you before. We envision that this is going to take 10 years plus at least to construct this program of projects because some are easier to achieve faster than others, but financed over a 30-year period. We know that the scale itself will be 8 to 12 billion, but the local portion again will be 4 to 6, hence the reason why we continue to refer to this as 1 cent for mobility. This is how we compare. Not just with 2 other cities in our state, but generally overall. But look at this with the understanding that this is based on Charlotte's median home value and the average residential utility cost. But when you look at that, we compare favorably well with the cities that we compete with nationally and even within our state. And so something to keep in mind is also the population of Charlotte. When you compare the population of Charlotte to other cities out there that are comparable, our sales tax is still towards the lower end of where the other cities are. This is how we compare with the 10 largest cities in North Carolina today. When you had our property tax, our sales tax, and other fees, we rank dead last when it comes to the top 11 cities in this state. This is a very important one to look at, considering that we're the largest in the state, but we're also the only city with a rail program like the Blue Line, as well as the streetcar system. So something to really think about. So what's the impact of this if we were to have successful partnerships at the federal level, at the state level, and with our residents and business partners? We would have been successful in bringing 90% of jobs and future jobs within half mile of a transformation and mobility network, which means a frequent bus service, a robust rail program, trail system. All of this will bring people closer to jobs, at least 90% of the jobs, and almost 70% of housing opportunities. But it also helps us to achieve moving the needle when it comes to economic mobility for a lot of our residents, achieving our Strategic Energy Action Plan goals, as well as our Vision Zero goals. Over the next few months, with council and manager's direction, we're going to continue to look at different projects. We know we have a lot right now in the books, but we have to make sure that we have a set of guiding principles, such as consistency with adopted plans, and those are just examples on the screen, alignment with council policies, community input and support. Equity is very important in the process, and so is sustainability and whether these projects are even eligible for federal funding or even funding at all. So this is perhaps the most important slide in terms of next steps, and I will turn it over to my colleague, Kelly Flannery, to talk about the funding piece here. But we're presenting the task force report to you today officially. What's missing on here is that tomorrow, Mayor Gant and I will also be at Mecklenburg Board of County Commissioners to present this to them as well. And then on December 21st, we will present this to our Transportation, Planning and Environment Committee for review of the recommendations. We'll come back to Council on January 4th to report out, TAP committee report out, as well as receive public comments. On January 11th, we will look to Council and Mayor and Council to direct the city manager to proceed with the legislative strategy as well as refinement of our funding strategy. Then between January and giving ourselves some time, we'll be working on developing infrastructure recommendations. But we want to make sure that these aligns with our CIP process, but also more importantly aligns with the budget process. So we're not going to rush that, but we're going to come to you sometime in January to start working on what those infrastructure programs look like. And we will also be coming to Council to adopt a refined funding strategy. And while Council and manager are discussing budget outlook for FY22, we will be coming to you just shortly during that period of budget discussions to present what we call a plan with infrastructure program. You've all heard of Pennies for Progress in South Carolina, and people have referred to it a lot, and part of the reason why it's successful is because people have an idea what projects they're paying towards. And that's the same goal we have here, to make sure that it's very clear from the onset, not only the number of projects, what those projects actually look like. So at this point, I'll turn it over to my colleague to talk about the nexus between that and the funding strategy that will be refined. Thank you.
Hey, Mayor. Yeah, as Ty said, this is a program. It's a lot of projects, it's a lot of moving pieces, and the financing program is going to be the same thing. When we're talking about funding several projects over 10 years, we have to remain nimble. And in the same way, the infrastructure project will have guiding principles. The funding plan will have that same construct. The most critical of that commitment is the commitment to the city's ratings. This project is going to add debt. We'll cash fund as much as we can, but there's a reality that when you borrow more money, you're going to put pressure on your credit. Same way as when you buy another car, your credit score changes. This is not an indictment to the project or to the recommended revenue stream. It's just a reality. More money, your credit's going to see an impact. So what we will do as part of this process is explore opportunities both in existing legislation to create a structure that will preserve the general city ratings, as well as working with our financial partners, the local government commission, rating agencies, to make sure we're all on the same path. Also, we've heard a lot about a lack of assumption detail. Again, moving pieces. So we will work to refine those assumptions over the next several months. That will include applying growth assumptions to some of the revenues, looking at existing revenues, Are we leveraging them the best way we can? As well as cost assumptions and O&M long-term for these projects. So I just want to say we got a lot of wood to chop. We know that. It's going to be a moving process, but we're on top of it and we're going to move forward with it. So, Ty?
Okay, so we're done with our presentation. We'll be happy to welcome comments or discussions or questions. Thank you.
Before we go to comments and questions, I just want to, again, thank Mayor Gant and the other members of the task force who met, I think, 11 or 12 times now. And watching that last meeting, when Mayor Gant asked everyone to express their concerns and the challenges, and what made them optimistic about this was truly the result of their understanding and commitment to their principles, as well as to the plan that they are recommending tonight. So I want to again thank every member of the task force. I also want to reiterate that on January 4th, we will have a public hearing. The report is online now, and you may sign up to speak, and feel free. I think we will probably have a 2-minute limit because we're having several public hearings, but write your speech and remarks for 2 minutes and make sure that you get to make your points. And then the next thing is that the Council's Transportation Planning and Environment Committee, if I look at, I can't remember which part of the deck it says why we need one. Every aspect of transportation, as well as our CAP plan and other considerations for being a livable city around us, is represented on this chart and in this plan. So the Transportation and Planning and Environment Committee will tackle this for understanding, deeper understanding. Will have the benefit of the public hearing, and we will schedule time to discuss this further at our strategic retreat. I am now going to ask Ms. Jackson if there are comments. I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, and then we'll go to the council comments and questions.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I also would like to thank Mayor Gant for his kind words about the plans that were used in order to work with the Charlotte Mobility Plan. And I really appreciate all the hard work from Ty and from Kelly. And our hope is that as the council deliberates, that we're able to move forward, and we'll give you an internal team that can execute. I think it's important before we go into questions, though, Mayor, to acknowledge that it's Ty's birthday today. And out of all the places he could be in the world, he wanted to be here tonight to help us with this bold plan. So thank you, Ty.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Well, I'm not certain that that's true, Mr. Jones, that this is where he chose to be. But happy birthday, Ty.
Thank you, Mayor.
I just want to say, over the weekend, I got a call from someone that lived in Huntersville, and she talked with me for a long time, and she said, well, why? And I said to her that the why is because we are a growing city, and we need to plan for that growth and be prepared for it. And transportation was the connection between housing and jobs, and that was an important equation. Then she told me that she had spoken with Mr. Driggs as well, so now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Driggs, who will tell me what he told her. Mr. Driggs, and also I want to say to Mr. Driggs, we are thinking about Caroline, glad that she's recovering so well. So, Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to say happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. So, Ty, happy birthday to you. And I hope that you appreciate that some of the things I want to say are in the spirit of wishing her a happy birthday.
That's trouble already, Ty. You're in trouble.
First, let me emphasize, we need a transportation plan, and I fully understand that. We need to reduce the dependence we have on single passenger cars for the sake of easing congestion on our roads, for our environment. So I really appreciate the work that has gone into formulating this plan. I just want to take this opportunity, so no one's surprised later, to reiterate a couple of concerns that I've raised about the kind of lack of certain kinds of detail that I think we need before we can responsibly commit to this plan. And people should appreciate the amount of money we're talking about represents something up to $15,000 for every single household in Charlotte. Granted, it's payable over 30 years, and there will be more households sharing in the cost later, but it is a very big commitment. I think it's unfortunate that we're talking about tax increases during COVID, and I realize the work on this started before, and we may not want to allow the virus to slow us down here, but we're in the awkward position now of talking about trying to find substantial new revenue sources at a time when much of our population is hurting, and that's difficult. Personally, I would have liked to see, I mean, it's not over yet, and I'm open still to further conversation, but I would like to see more analysis along the lines of the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, where we have scenarios where it's clear that we've acknowledged autonomous vehicles and other changes that could cause us to veer from this course. The thing about rail is you start down that road and you're locked in. I mean, you spend all that money, you put the rail in, you can't stop halfway through and change. And so we need to be very thoughtful about the obligations that we're going to incur here, how they affect our capacity for other priorities, such as affordable housing and our needs in the community. So I have reservations at this point. I think we ought to explore also what I would call brick wall type of issues, like if we find out categorically that the General Assembly is not prepared to entertain a proposal for that sales tax increase, we should know about that now. We've already committed $50 million, and it's going to take more than that to get through the early design and engineering phases. So it's late for us to be asking ourselves some of the questions about resources and how this fits into a more comprehensive vision that extends beyond just the transportation component that we have for Charlotte. I thought that Ms. Zimmerman's presentation earlier was excellent in the sense of presenting us clearly with pros and cons and reflecting a diversity of opinion in the community. And everything we've heard on this subject seems to go in the same direction. And I know that there was at least some dissent, for example, in the task force that has not come through in the report we received. And I believe those points of view deserve to be heard. Those were very responsible thoughts out of a concern for the city and its future financial viability. And there isn't any debate here. There's no discussion in the way this is being brought to us about alternatives, about contingencies. We do not want to start down a path of initiating 5 or 6 different rail projects and then discovering in 5 or 10 years' time that we're not able to see them through. So I think our CFO is working on this. I've talked to her, and I look forward to seeing more detailed analysis about the timing, the allocation of the total $4 to $6 billion to the various modalities. We saw those 6 in the one slide. My personal view is we haven't actually committed enough to roads in this. With the growth that we expect in the city, even with the most ambitious goal of reducing single occupancy vehicles or vehicle traffic, we are going to have to be able to accommodate a certain amount of vehicle traffic, and I'm not sure that an additional $60 million in road construction will do that. So I would just say at this point, I have a lot of unanswered questions or concerns that I would need to see addressed before I can support it. I would like to see us reach a conclusion, a successful outcome here. So I hope we can continue to work on this and get to a good result. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, former Mayor Gann and Ty, for an excellent presentation, excellent work. I took some time throughout the committee's deliberation to kind of sneak in on Zoom and watch the hearings and the deliberations throughout the year, and I thought it was well done, and all the committee members expressed themselves extremely well in terms of crafting the recommendations that are in front of us tonight. I told the city manager last week when we met that I remembered at my inauguration last December this year that I reminded the community and the council that I came back to do big things. This is a big thing. This is a chart and generational changing type of policy, if implemented correctly, that will really change the landscape of our community as it relates to transportation. And I am really supportive of it. Obviously, there are a lot of details yet to be answered, but certainly for the 15th largest city in the country now, one of the fastest growing cities in terms of the number of citizens moving to our community on a daily basis, somewhere the numbers are over 100 per day coming to our community. How we move around, how we get around is really important. And I think one of the most important variables is the buses, modernizing and making sure our bus system reflects mobility for everybody. It still pains me that when I rode the bus as a sophomore at Johnson C. Smith University, the number 7, going to work at Eastland Mall, that the ride time is still the same some 25 years later, that we still have to transfer. So how we address that and others in these recommendations, building out our transit system, is extremely important. I think a number of phrases that is going to be extremely important has already been articulated. Partnering with the cities and the towns and the county is going to be critical for this to be successful. Having served 10 years as a North Carolina State Senator and getting a pin out of Raleigh is going to be difficult. But I know the mayor over the last 2 years have worked extremely hard, working with Senator Berger and others up there, again, trying to articulate who we are, what we're about here in Charlotte, and why the largest city in the Carolinas needs some of the resources that we are requesting, and the fact that we're asking the people to vote on this in a public referendum, I think is really important. And I think that's going to go a long way in terms of getting the type of support that we're needed in Raleigh. And so I'm cautiously optimistic that we can make a case for that. But the larger point, and I'll be quiet, is educating the public about what we're doing and why we're doing it, and to ensuring them that we're doing something for them versus doing something to them. And that's the issue of neighborhoods and corridors and going through communities in terms of potential of construction projects, et cetera. I think we need to be very sensitive to that, that we bring the community along with us, that they clearly understand that there's something in it for everybody. Every segment of the community must believe that this initiative is for them and that they're getting something out of it. And I think we can do that. I think we can articulate a message that's inclusive, that talks about Charlotte's growth and why this type of plan is necessary. So I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm more than that. I'm excited, actually, because I believe in what we're doing. And I also acknowledge that there's hard work ahead of us to kind of get to the finish line, which is November of next year with a successful vote. A lot of hurdles between that day, but I believe that we have the council and the mayor with the ability to clear each and every hurdle and each and every step along the way. So I look forward to working with the committee. I understand that Mayor Gann and others said that they're going to be with us for the long haul. So I look forward to working with him and the committee as we move this initiative beyond what's on paper, but talking to the community about what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how this will change the landscape of Charlotte. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Watlington?
Sure. Councilmembers Driggs and Graham both mentioned the things that I was thinking about. I just think it's important that we consider what the alternatives are. Right now, what I'm seeing is a path But I'd like to understand ahead of having to vote to approve to move forward with this is what the options could be. Contingency plans in the event that we don't get the funding that we need, what we'll prioritize, what we can do with what we have. I don't see that part of it yet. I'm hopeful that that will come out of the recommendations and that we will see that before we have to make a decision here. And the other piece that I'd like to understand a little bit more about is not just the cost of transit and transportation, but what are the costs that may be associated with some of the things that Councilmember Graham mentioned as far as neighborhoods, as far as combating displacement? How are we ensuring that these communities that will be impacted by potential rail line are going to still be standing to actually see and be a part of the progress associated with this? And then finally, I'd like to understand a little bit about the opportunity costs that we may be having to pay in terms of not investing in other areas in the city. I just don't feel like I'm really equipped right now to make a decision about something other than wholehearted support of this or not support at all. And I think we can color this a little bit differently so that we really are clear about what our options are, not just with this transformation of the mobility network, but when we think about total investment and where our taxes go for the city. Thanks.
Ms. Watlington, that's a great point. We are not asking for a decision or a vote until we go through this analysis from the committee and as well further council discussions. So that's an excellent point. This is a report that's been worked on by a citizen group like our other reports. We'll have public comment and then we will start working towards what has to be answered prior to the readiness of the council. So thank you for asking that and making sure that we're clear on it. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Mayor Gann, thank you so much for your presentation. I certainly appreciated how you had included all the plans that council have approved, and many of those plans have been approved unanimously by the council. So now it's just figuring out how we fund some of these plans that we have already approved. I have a couple of questions. Mr. Driggs had mentioned 15,000 household cost over 30 years. I guess could staff address that question and even if Mr. Driggs could help us understand how he arrived at that number.
I think Mr. Driggs.
There are the 350,000 households, Charlotte, roughly, you divide 6 billion by that number, you get actually up to 17,000. The actual per household cost analysis, Kelly will have to tell us more about. I'm just trying to give people a feel for the magnitude of the decision we're making.
Ms. Kelly.
Sure. I think for the analysis, I have extravagant spending habits. So my sales tax usage is probably a lot higher than the average household. So to do a basic back of the envelope with that, I think, especially when you're looking at a 30-year time horizon, I think there's a more refined approach we can probably take to that over the next 4 months to get you a better number.
Yes, I think that would be helpful. We have to keep in mind, we are looking at our elderly residents, we are looking at our low-income residents, and this does not apply to groceries or any prescription that is required. So I just want to be mindful if you're putting a number out there, or if there is a number that we are able to sort of tell a story behind that. Other thing, over the weekend, I had a former legislator who had called me and he had expressed concerns around this plan. And he said, I'm not against the transportation. We got to invest in our infrastructure to stay competitive. What I'm against is the timing of this plan. especially for our working poor and unemployed. And I know Mr. Driggs had expressed similar concerns around the timing. And my response to him was around, what is the cost here for not doing it? If we wait another year or two as the property prices keep going up, construction costs are rising. Overall, we have to factor in inflation. We are looking at the higher cost to build the transportation and infrastructure that we need. So I think having that number for not doing something where we do not invest in our infrastructure, where we are one of the fastest growing cities, I think we gotta be able to articulate that in the story we tell to our residents. So that's the second point I have. As far as the questions and concerns that have been raised around our bonds capacity and how that affects our rating, I have trust in our capable staff led by Kelly and Mr. Jones to have that work out. And as part of the budget committee, I look forward to reviewing that and how that would affect our rating and how we can plan proactively to address some of those concerns. Also, I was going through the slides and I was trying to find sort of the allocation, sort of a chart where it will highlight, here is the percentage that's going to our roads, our light trail, our bikes, our greenways, so that we are able to, again, clearly tell the story that here are the investments we are making in our infrastructure. And most importantly, I do want to highlight the point that this is an opportunity for us to revitalize many of our neighborhoods, and while ensuring that we keep our elderly in the homes that have lived for generations to come. But this is an economic opportunity creator. This is going to create lots of jobs. This is going to, this is an economic driver. So yes, we are looking at it from transportation perspective. We are looking at it from affordable housing and upward mobility, but we cannot forget the economic opportunities and the jobs that it's going to create. That is going to be for many, many years to come. So with that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ajmir. Mr. Winston?
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions to, I guess, between Mayor Gant, Taiwo, or Kelly. Was there any consideration of a municipal service district and subsequent taxing along and emanating from the Silver Line alignment?
I know Kelly can speak to this, but that was something we looked at briefly earlier on, but not necessarily, because I think what you're talking about is thieves around, yeah, but I'll let Kelly address that.
Yeah, it's not something that the task force contemplated. I think it's something that we could look at in pieces. There's hundreds.
So then how did we, if we didn't consider that, how did we not consider, did we only consider a certain type of funding options? We didn't consider all funding options?
So I think if we had one project, if it was just the Silver Line, maybe that's an option. But we're looking at hundreds of projects, and to create an MSD or a TIF around that, you're ultimately going to be TIFing the entire city. And the nature of a TIF is it has to generate revenue, right? So you need the increment to pay back the debt. And there's just not enough increment generated to pay that debt off. So I think there's opportunities where we could look in the future to peeling off a piece. But as far as $4 to $6 billion, I don't think it's an option.
Yeah, my question was about MSD specifically along the Silver Line. So if it wasn't considered, I hope we look at that.
Yeah, and I think as we look at this, this is a program, and it's going to keep moving. And as we continue on and we get the alignment nailed down, we get costs nailed down, that's something we can look at. But there's not enough juice in that squeeze to say that that can solve the problem.
Absolutely. I completely understand that. Completely understand that. But this kind of aligns with my second question. Did the task force consider how we move forward with this transformational mobility network should the General Assembly not grant us the ability to tax in the way we need to?
Yes, we talked about that. Initially, I think the conversation started from having a hybrid between sales and property tax. But while we were working on this, we were also simultaneously polling our residents in the county and trying to determine some degree of sensitivity to revenue types. And there was more support for sales tax over property tax, especially in Mecklenburg County. But there was also another aspect to this, and that is if the General Assembly, for any reason, doesn't grant us that, that's where we have that second, if needed, option, that we may talk about a CIP, a one-time significant CIP that will impact property tax. So we did, if you look in your report, you actually will see where we had a breakdown. If you have to have a 1 cent increase on property tax, 2, 3, and 4 cents, what that would generate annually based on what it is today. So they did discuss that.
So I see Mayor Gant edging out of his seat, so I'm going to ask him, Mr. Winston, if you would address the question. I think Mayor Gant would like to speak to it.
Councilman, we did look at a lot of alternatives, and Kelly and I have talked about it. One of the things that motivated me most was the city of Charlotte has actually been a very good steward in the spending of the sales tax half cent that we have dedicated to transit. And we've been so good about it until we've never gone back to the citizens of this community on all the improvements made on the Blue Line since we did that. And for 20 years now, that sales tax has worked. The second reason that the sales tax has been attractive to us is because it does capture the county and beyond the county in terms of sales that people pay for the improvements that would be made almost regionally in certain ways. Whereas a property tax, we recognize the expenditures might be limited to the city limits itself. We did look at license fees, we looked at automobile taxes, and none of those options raised the kinds of dollars that would not have a city council going back every 2 or 3 years trying to figure out how to support the construction that's going on over that 10 to 12 years. But the sales tax far and away would in fact cover the costs and allow us the readiness we would need to have to extract the federal dollars and the partnership dollars we would get from other places. And we think because of that and because of our history in this community, you know, if we'd been going back every 2 years and asking the citizens to add a quarter cent or 10 cents or whatever, that would be one thing. But I found it remarkable that over the period of 20 years, we've never asked the citizens for a single dime beyond that half cent that was there. So it may be time, if we're talking about transportation in a much broader sense and building far more miles than we've done before, and the need for doing it because we're growing so fast, a penny would not be much, would not be a bad thing to do. So we thought that simplicity of that 1 cent, particularly since it never applies to groceries or medicine or things of that nature, was the fairer way to do it, and incorporated, and citizens in Davidson, Huntersville, Matthews, everywhere else has to pay the same sales tax. So I thought from that direction, Councilman Winston, we elected what we call the easiest and the most simple and straightforward way to approach our citizenry about why we want to do that.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'll make a couple of comments and I think I'm done. If 2020 hasn't made it clear enough, mobility is not just physical, but it is digital as well. I believe it would be foolish of us to invest so much in physical mobility if we do not marry it with a bridge between the digital divide. That has been the case before 2020, but obviously it's been exacerbated now. And then for those that are out there that are questioning whether or not investing in mobility aligns with the equity issues that have already existed but have been exacerbated by the pandemic, I encourage you all to learn about a man named Robert Moses and the powerful legacy around transportation infrastructure, investment, and strategy that carries along with him. He was a racist that used roads and his commitment to creating suburbs that systematically cut off Black, brown, and poor people from cities, particularly New York City, and between the 1930s, 1930s to the post-World War II era. And his legacies in terms of how infrastructure is invested and built has spread all throughout the country. It's definitely affected here in Charlotte. If you look at how the interstates were built, if you look at how major highways like Wilkinson and Brookshire were built. This investment would be our first great chance to catalyze systemic change with generational impact that can and will be met with robust action in the short term. Of course, the equity impact will only be great if this council has the political fortitude to be bold. Let's get this done and create a better and more equitable mobility reality for cities to follow over the next century, better than the racist Robert Moses left America over this past century. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Winston, that book, his biography, should be read by anyone that works in an urban community. It is a fascinating critique of how systemic issues can become and be duplicated. So I would commend it to anyone.
That book is called The Power Broker for everybody that doesn't.
It is called The Power Broker. All right, we have Mayor Pro Tem Isolt. Ms. Isolt?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mayor Gant, thank you and the committee for all of the hard work. There's just some really rich material in this report, and I hope that the community will take the time to dig in and look at this before they come to their own conclusions. You know, we've heard already sales tax are regressive. You know, this is expensive. And to Mr. Driggs' point, maybe it is $15,000 over 30 years, but we got to tell the whole story. Mayor Gant is exactly right that there is a cost associated with doing nothing. And if you take that $15,000 number over 30 years, you can compare it to the fact that in North Carolina, the average cost, 5-year cost of owning a car is $25,000. So for all of those people that could give up their cars, ride public transportation, assuming we have a robust system and not one that, as we have now, where the average bus trip is 3 hours, you can definitely run those numbers and show that if done properly, this is going to promote the upward mobility that we say is so important to, as a goal for our community. The cost of doing nothing, if you also take this into consideration, we expect to add the equivalent of the population of Asheville and Greensboro to the Charlotte region by 2040. So if you can imagine moving those two cities to our city without any change in our infrastructure, that would absolutely gridlock us. And you'd have people that would be forced out of the city, that would be forced to live beyond the county boundaries, that would be stuck in traffic because the job center is here. And there's a huge cost associated with that as well. You know, we talk about our goals of upward mobility and our CF goals. I think we're very honest about how important that is to our future. This would set us back in achieving those goals. I also just wanted to mention that, you know, I mean, we saw when Centene relocated here, we were told that it was an important factor that we had a light rail system, and in fact, they moved right near the light rail system so that people could utilize it. So it's a huge economic driver to the employers of the future that we hope to come here and employ all those people that are moving here. So I think, you know, for me, at the end of the day, I could crunch the numbers as well all day long as to why this makes sense. But what's going to be most critical for me is when we work on the strategic mobility plan and prioritize the projects, I just firmly believe we've got to invest in our bus system first and make it robust, efficient, and predictable. Again, if you're spending 3 hours on the bus every day, then there are hours that you're either not with your family or working an hourly shift. And you can quantify how much more that is to you on a given day if you're only on the bus an hour and a half a day, or even an hour a day, and you get 2 hours a day, 10 hours a week back into your pocket, in your paycheck. So, you know, we've got to be able to show that in the work we're going to do in the coming months, to build that case. And I hope that the General Assembly will look at this and say, this is a region that is giving money back to the state and is a catalyst for the rest of the state, and from a jobs and an education standpoint. And I hope that they'll look at it and understand that we've got to do things here to accommodate the kind of growth that can help the region and provide jobs and affordable housing for people. So thank you for the work. And to the staff, I know you guys have a big job going forward, and I appreciate the hard work in giving us that information. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Bakari?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you all for the hard work. I would agree with some folks that have already spoken to say that we've got a big task ahead of us in needing to inform the community at large. Obviously, you know, we looked at that timeline. There's a lot coming very quickly, and before we know it, it's going to be time to make a decision, have a position, take a vote on our side, and have the community decide how they're ultimately going to vote. So I would just encourage us all, and staff particularly right now, we need to have a very real dialogue across this community. We're approaching what is arguably the largest bet in Charlotte's history right now. And I will just tell you as a warning, if we treat this like a normal pro-bond marketing campaign, the voters are just going to see right through it. That means we need to do some real homework, and we raise a lot of questions, but we need to have, you know, some actual diligence put to some of these questions by staff, by our partners, and have some real honest conversations with our community. Here's a couple examples. The financial breakdown of each of these mobility topics needs to really be understood. If the citizens of this community see all of these punchlines like X number of miles of greenways and miles of roads and buses and all of that, and it's all lumped into one big bucket, you know, it just begs the question, all right, so how much do the greenways actually add to this versus how much do the fixed rail lines? And I think we need to transparently show these items because that's the level of transparency and trust that this community, I believe, will require of this process. I think we also, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again, we need to distinguish how much of this plan is about moving people versus economic development and economic impact. And if our goal is really to just get people from point A to point B quicker, particularly those in need of those services, you know, we could buy everyone in the bottom quintile of poverty. Excuse me, my child is now walking up the stairs. Can you hang off 1 second, please? Thank you. Sorry. This is what COVID. You got my food. That's excellent, guys. And I'll take that. And thank you. Can I talk to you in a minute? Sorry. This is what COVID working from home looks like now. Thanks, guys. Listen. All right. And I will finish by saying, you know, if it's about moving people, that's one thing. If it's about economic impact, that's another. Both are very viable. We need to really distinguish those. I think we need to have a real analysis of the disruptive innovations that are coming in transportation. I've mentioned it every time we've brought this up for the last 3 years, and it's about It's about the autonomous vehicles. It's about all of those things. And if we get to a point in the second and third quarter of next year where staff didn't actually do real analysis on their own here, and it's just a talking point each time, that's going to be a real problem in my mind. And then finally, the impacts need to be analyzed by staff and really contemplated by us on the funding recommendation that's before us. You know, if it's the regressive tax nature, we've talked about it many times, how does that impact upward mobility in Charlotte? If it's the learnings from the blue line, you know, and gentrification, what we've actually seen tangibly happen, what is the plan that's going to avoid that for this? And finally, if it's the tech talent studies and all the things that have told us, without a doubt, that the cost of living is our greatest asset and our most significant draw, we are raising the property tax, the sales tax, all of these items. Literally, that is the one thing we have quantified we know is something that is significant and a reason for the success and growth we've had. What is that going to do? So I'm not asking for punchlines or a marketing campaign and some imagery that shows, oh, okay, here's why to support this community and good taglines. Let's really do the analysis. And I think to Mr. Driggs' point earlier, what we saw on the street renaming conversation was, no matter how much one side or another wants one thing to happen, that was a pretty fair, balanced view of here are the pros, here are the cons, here's what people on one side said versus another. And too often, and particularly in the bigger conversations, we don't do that. We don't have that dialogue. So that would mean a lot to me. And again, thank you all for understanding the work from home dynamic of the children bringing me the dinner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari. I don't have any other council members that would like to speak. I don't know, Mr. Gant, you've put in months and months of work. I don't think we can say thank you enough, but I say it again, and look forward to working with you as we continue this. The next steps in this process will be a January 4th public hearing, and that will be followed by an earlier discussion this year with the Transportation Planning and Environment Committee, and then the public hearing, and then we'll have it on our agenda for the retreat, our strategic retreat. And I think that all of you have your notes that were important and really important, because as we talk to the entire community, it's not just about the opportunity, it's about the challenges, it's about the openness and ability to quantify and describe what's important here and what would be done. So thanks to the council for the very thoughtful remarks, and look forward to the continued discussions. So we have one more presentation tonight, and that presentation is on the Cure Violence Assessment. So we're going to, I'm not sure, let's see, Mr. Jones, are you going to introduce it?
Yes, Mayor, I will introduce it, and we will tag team with Lacey Williams, and I have Federico Rios, who's just come in, as well as Sarah Hazel.
Oh, congratulations, Sarah, on the new position and the work that you're going to be doing to lead our sustainability plans and effort. I have to say, I've worked with Sarah for months on this project. I thought she was already the sustainability person, and today I think the city manager made it official. But I want to say congratulations. It's great opportunity and great work, and we really appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right, now, Mr. Jones.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And so what I will attempt to do before I turn it over to Lacey, correct? Okay, before I turn it over to Lacey, is just set the stage of where we have been and where we are going with this. So I appreciate everything that occurred from the Safe Communities Committee, from Ms. Watlington to the chair, Mr. Eggleston, to the vice chair of the committee, Mr. Mitchell. Just a lot of hard work, not just from that committee, but all of the various council committees and across the, I would say, the administration. It really showed us as a staff how we can really work together to get as Mr. Bakari would say, out of the different silos into a cross-collaborative organization. So not only did we just think about safety, but we also talked about creating great neighborhoods, workforce and business development, equity and transportation and planning, as well as collaborative, safe communities. The next slide is one that I think is maybe the most important, and that is, this is not just the council or committee creating policy and turning it over to the staff. This is a collaborative effort that goes across the city to the county, as well as some of the individuals, elected officials that are in what I would call the, as we start to deal with public safety. So even as recent as Friday, we had a joint meeting with the county, and we talked about not just the Safe Charlotte framework, but also the policy programs and practice. And before I turn it over to Lacey, I just want to go to the next slide, which I think also sets the stage for what we're talking about more in a comprehensive fashion. So when we start to look at this violence interruption, it's, I would say, a piece of this overall strategy. And I would commit that right now, I believe the city and the county are making more investments in our community groups than in recent history. So for example, if we start to look at this pie chart, I think, Federico, we started a few years ago with maybe $100,000 or $50,000 in Jumpstart grants. Those are up to $500,000 now, and that is really going to our grassroots organizations within our community. We talked about, as a part of the Safe Charlotte initiative, the Violence Prevention Grant Program, which is $1 million, and Lacey will talk a bit about some of the community outreach around that. We also have investments in the hospital-based violence intervention program. The Upward Mobility Fellowship, which predated all of this, really helps us with building individual leadership through this Upward Mobility Grant. And as we go to the top left, there's considerable funding in the county with the healing hubs, the trauma resilience training, and some other grants that the county has received. One of the things that we'll mention tonight before I turn it over to Lacey is that even when we start with the Violence Prevention Grant Program, that is a part of the Safe Charlotte initiative, and we're still trying to sort that out, how we would do that. I would like to look forward in terms of the FY 2022 budget, because one of the things that we've done in the past is use our CDBG funds for what we call out-of-school time. And it's always a 2-year cycle, and we're at the end of the 2-year cycle, so I'm not suggesting today that we don't fund out-of-school time, but we think about this as a hybrid, that we could use some of those funds, that 15% set aside from CDBG funds, so that we can continue to fund these grassroots organizations that are trying to help us with the violence prevention program. So I just wanted to plant that seed with the mayor and council tonight as we move forward. We're trying to find a long-term sustainable funding source that we can continue down this path. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Lacey.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Hello, Council. It's nice to be with you all tonight to talk a little bit about what we have been working on in this violence prevention and interruption space. The first thing I'm going to just give you a quick update about is the Community Safety Summit that we held. This is actually Councilmember Graham's idea to pull the community together to get some ideas on how community members were thinking when it came to community safety, and then to also inform folks on all these various threads that are happening around community safety. So we held 2 opportunities via Zoom. We had 100+ attendees over those 2 days. Those attendees included nonprofit leaders, community members. We had an elected official in the room from the school board, and we discussed defining community safety and gaps in services. Some of the key takeaways for me, and I think for the staff that participated, were that community serving organizations feel disconnected from each other. That really resonated pretty loudly. Folks were using the chat to really make connections and saying, hey, you're working in the same space that I'm working in. Let's collaborate. And that these organizations need resources. And of course, that means money, but it also means skill development training. And something we heard over and over again is evaluation tools. And then the last thing that really struck a chord for me is the need for intergenerational work. There's, young folks in the neighborhood, there's old folks in the neighborhood, and those folks really feel cut off from each other, but also, I think in some ways sort of vilified by each other. So something to bridge those groups, I think would be important, and that there's infrastructure work that's needed. So, in these conversations, people did mention, pedestrian safety, lighting, the built environment. So I think there are ways in which our work really around transportation has an impact on safety. So the next steps that have come out of this are we have a live asset mapping survey that is in the community right now. We're trying to really glean from that, who are the actors in these spaces, particularly in the zip codes of the corridors of opportunity, and what are they doing? What are their budgets? What are their missions? And what we would like to do with that is to develop a community tool for these organizations to be able to find each other and collaborate. And so that is where we're at. The other thing is just really developing at a more meta level, what is the community's definition of community safety? And that's going to be really advantageous for us as staff. When we're coming up with ideas, whether it's pockets of money we're trying to leverage in the community, or if it's programs, we will have a framework from which to reference that is really community co-created. And we will also have, with this group that participated in the summit, a community that we can continue to engage. And we plan to engage this group over the next year or so as we're launching and bringing these different programs online. So that's the Community Safety Summit. But what you're really here for is the Cure Violence Assessment and next steps. And so we'll let you know what happened with that. So just as a reiteration, I know Sarah has given this presentation a few times. I've heard the manager talk about it several times. But Cure Violence as a methodology, as a strategy, as a program, really aligns with the city strategy on violence. It is built upon intergovernmental collaboration, partnerships between the city and the county, including shared funding. Its key sort of core is violence interruption that leverages and funds credible community members to interrupt, detect, and prevent violence. And then it uses data and evidence to implement a proven public health model. Next slide. So the assessment was really designed to help familiarize stakeholders and community organizations with what Cure Violence Global is. And we were determining some specific things among two core groups, right? So the first is government capacity and will, and the second is sort of assessing the community's ability to implement. So under government capacity and will, is there a government or a non-governmental agency with the capacity and will to implement the Cure Violence model with fidelity? They have a methodology, it works. So are we willing to take their model and implement it here? Does official and unofficial data exist about violent incidents to focus, monitor, and measure the implementation of the model? Does official and unofficial data exist about the nature of violent incidents to determine if the Cure Violence model is appropriate? Does official and unofficial data exist to create criteria to identify the highest risk target populations for focusing implementation? So that's on the government capacity and will side. And then when it comes to community organizations and potential interrupters, do community organizations exist who fit the Cure Violence Global criteria to serve as partners to implement this model? Do individuals exist who could fulfill the role of violence interrupters and or outreach workers? And they wanted to determine the initial program recommendations for program size, budget, recruitment strategies, and ongoing training and technical assistance plan from Cure Violence Global. Next slide. So the assessment was broken down into 4 phases. The first couple phases were done online via Zoom. The first phase was informational meetings. We had those in August and September, where we did a series of online sort of one-on-ones. The next phase was, sorry, not one-on-ones, 101s. The next phase was one-on-ones, where we met with individual organizations, potential partner organizations, and potential workers, folks that would be a potential interrupters or who saw themselves as potentially being interrupters. And then in phase 3, folks from Cure Violence came down from Chicago and went out with various stakeholders into the Beatties Ford, LaSalle area. And in that sort of time, they were answering questions from those stakeholders, but also sort of assessing whether or not there were potential interrupters on the ground and whether or not those organizations would make good potential partners to implement the model. And then the last phase is the next steps phase, which is really where we are right now, debriefing assessment findings and figuring out what are the next steps to move forward. Next slide. So during the assessment visit, which I just talked about, conducted multiple on-site visits of priority areas with stakeholders. We met with 6 local organizations in the priority area. We held a question and answer session with neighborhood leaders at Toucan Louis. Everybody was masked up, don't worry, except for when they're eating, and we kept it to under an hour. And then the Cure Violence folks also met with city and county staff and leaders. Next slide. So as I said, where we are right now is, we've been holding follow-up conversations with those potential organizations and individuals who can help support the recruitment of interrupters. That's a key piece of this. And Cure Violence folks have continued to be talking to potential interrupters this entire time since they got back to Chicago from Charlotte. Where we are is we're debriefing this assessment with you today, and we'll discuss next steps. So I'm going to turn it over to Britt, and he's going to tell you what they found. Go ahead, Britt.
Great. Thank you, Lacey, and good evening, everyone. We could go to the next slide. So my name is Brent Decker, and I am the Chief Program Officer at Cure Violence Global. I've been with the organization about 18 years. My training's in public health and epidemiology, and I think we spoke to this group a number of months ago in presenting the model, but I wanted to kind of go over what it is just very briefly before we get into the findings. But essentially, this is a public health approach that was founded by a physician who worked at the World Health Organization for many years, came back to the US in the mid to late 90s, and him and a number of other physicians really came to understand violence as an epidemic, as a contagion. And, now it's pretty established in terms of like World Health Organization, Institute of Medicine, et cetera, really understanding violence as a health issue, as an epidemic. And from that, created a model that we use in every other epidemic control approach right? And so the first part of the model is interrupting the transmission. Reducing that. Second is reducing the highest risk. And the third is changing group norms. And so what we have on our model is the interrupted transmission. This is where the idea of the interrupters come from. And these are individuals who are from the community, who have ties to those who are at highest risk. And their job is really to mediate conflicts, to keep conflicts cool, and then prevent retaliation, right? And that's kind of the first component of it. The second is reducing the highest risk. And so what we're really trying to do is when we say the highest risk, we mean are those individuals who are likely to shoot someone or be shot today or tomorrow, but people who are currently involved in conflict and violence. So we're trying to meet with them, assess where they're at, change behaviors, right? Change their behaviors associated with violence, and provide some sort of support, be it through referrals, anger management, employment, things of that nature. But the focus is really on changing the behaviors associated with violence. And then the third component of changing community norms is really kind of responding to shootings, organizing specific events with other local actors about violence prevention, and then spreading positive norms within the community. That just because we're involved in violence doesn't mean we have to, we're involved in conflicts doesn't mean we have to be involved in violence. And so this approach over the last 20 years or so has kind of gathered a lot of independent evaluations, has built a pretty strong evidence base in terms of it being effective. And so this is just some of the institutions: John Jay, Temple, Center for Court Evaluations, Northwestern University, Johns Hopkins, CDC, Arizona State University, a number of other ones in Latin America as well, have done independent evaluations of the program. And every time they've looked at this, you can go to the next slide, please. They've seen statistically significant reductions in the communities where we're working that are attributed solely to the actions and inputs of this program. And so one evaluation in Chicago, one of the first ones done by Northwestern, saw shootings and killings reduced between 40 and 70%. The next major evaluation in the U.S. was done by Johns Hopkins in Baltimore, and they saw reductions of killings of 56%. John Jay College did one in New York, again, where they saw areas experience reductions of shootings up to 63%. And so what we've seen, though, and you can go to the next slide, is that in both cases where this is implemented, we can see reductions. And the way that we start this program in every city is through a process like this, where we do this assessment to really see, do the local capacities, like Lacey outlined, exist that we think this can be helpful to the situation, not the solution. And I really appreciated the part of the presentation where this is just a sliver of the pie, that it can be helpful, this approach can be helpful in targeting and working with the highest risk to change their behaviors, to reduce shootings and killings within a specific geographic area. And so our findings really is overall, we feel like that Charlotte and everything that's going on and all of the kind of violence prevention investments and work with the community groups, we really feel like that this would be a good place for the violence interruption program to be implemented, particularly in the Beatties Ford and LaSalle priority area, that the necessary elements exist and the local capacities exist for us to do, for the program to be implemented and for it to be helpful. We can go to the next slide, please. And so in looking at the kind of criteria, and we're, and I'll go through this somewhat briefly, but essentially, this first question of governmental will and capacity, I think for us, the experience has been there's been a very high capacity, high will, and strong commitment. I think, like I said before, the commitment is not just to cure violence, but through a kind of more broader approach that I think really makes sense, and it mirrors cities like New York and others that have used this model to be part of its approach and to really see some important impact and outcomes in terms of violence at a community level. In terms of data, I'll say this, I joked, I think, with Lacey and Sarah before, this is the best data sets I've ever seen, and I've been doing this for a long time, in terms of what the CPD has, but then also the community violence data dashboard, I think really was impressive. And so everyone who has worked and collaborated on that, I think it's really a model that I hope you can share with other cities, because it's really important, not only for our work, but I think for really measuring the impact and how different programs and policies affect violence. And so, really the data component was really blown out of the water in terms of the having the necessary requirements. In terms of the community organizations that we met with and had continued to talk with since we've left Charlotte, a few of them met the majority of the criteria, not all of it. So there might be some additional support needed to bolster the existing candidate organizations. And this really just has to do with some of the stuff related to being a fiscal agent, not necessarily in terms of like the major parts of the criteria in terms of, which are on the appendix on this presentation, but like having the connection to the community, having the connection to the highest risk. The things that are absolutely critical to do this work, a number of the organizations met that. I think the only things that we saw, and this is not common, I would say, in terms of community groups that are really embedded in the community and really have access with the highest risk, sometimes don't have a ton of HR infrastructure and things of that nature. And so we've found that other sites use fiscal agents to help bolster those existing community groups. And the reason it's so important, at least from our perspective, from a public health perspective, is using local community groups have a level of buy-in that an outside group never would. And we're really trying to reach the highest risk, the shooters. This level of buy-in, this level of credibility is just paramount to being able to successfully implement the program. And so we felt that there were community groups that existed that meet the majority of the criteria. And I think through an RFP process, you could really land on which ones make the most sense and which ones are the strongest candidates. In terms of individuals who exist, who could fulfill the role of violence interrupters and outreach workers. And so when we were there, we met with a lot of individuals and a lot of folks that knew people. Because we were only there for 3 days because of COVID, unfortunately, we didn't meet people in person, but in the time since then, and as recent as the end of last week, and it's only Monday today, we've been in conversation. There's a lot of good leads in terms of being able to recruit individuals to serve as workers. And the other thing I would say is, for us in the assessment process is like, do we see that this is a possibility? Not that we would have every single worker mapped out when we kind of make this, when we really say like, yes, this could work or not. And I would say in most cases when we do the assessment visit, it's really about, do we see a pathway to recruit the workers? And it's not that we met, like when we started in Jacksonville in 2019, had all the workers lined up. It was like, did we have a pathway to be able to get a pool of candidates who could serve as workers? And so we feel confident that that can happen in Charlotte. And in terms of some of the initial program recommendations, like program size, and we were thinking that this would be kind of a medium to small staffing pattern that could have the type of impact that we would look for. The budget right here would be for one community-based organization based in Charlotte to do the work. And so this would cover 5 to 6 staff members, full-time staff members, as well as public education materials, office supplies, rent, things of that nature. And this is based on other kind of comparable cities, comparable target areas, kind of based on the data, what we think would best suit the situation here. And then in terms of our training and technical assistance, what we do over the course of the next year, again, we assist with the RFP process. We provide a 2-day onboarding training for the community-based partner and the governmental oversight agency to really get all of the management protocols in place, assist with the pre-screening of potential candidates. So we really want to find workers that have credibility with the highest risk, but are also suitable to do the work. The facilitation of the panel interviews, there's a whole way of hiring individuals to make sure that they're kind of on this side of the line, but yet have the credibility to do this very difficult work of engaging the highest risk. Then we have a series of trainings that we provide for both the managers and the interrupters and outreach workers. And this is to really build all of their skill sets to be able to follow kind of the World Health Organization epidemic control protocols to do this work. It sounds more complicated than it is, but there is a real kind of set of skill sets that we build and share with individuals that they can add to their toolkit to implement things kind of more efficiently and more based on data. That brings us to our database training. So we have a 16-hour database training to help the staff kind of capture their work, be able to analyze the data, and have it be kind of this cycle that's informing programmatic decisions. We then meet weekly with the site and probably some representatives from the government just to kind of go over how things are going, troubleshoot. And we do quarterly booster training / site certification visits. So really making sure that everyone's following all the protocols so that we can see the impact that other cities have had. And then really being 24/7 emergency assistance. And so this is really the first year of implementation of really trying to transfer best practices, best kind of thinking and all the strategies that other cities have used so that it becomes understood and used locally in Charlotte. And in terms of what we would expect in year one, if all of that is done correctly, and following the protocols, is that, in the first 3 months, we'd start to see streaks of days without shootings or homicides. At the 6 month, we might see streaks of weeks without shootings or homicides. At 9 months, we start to see longer streaks without shootings or homicides. And then at the 12-month period, I mean, at the very least, we would see a reduction of 30 to 40% on shootings and killings compared to the previous year, or a substantially lower rate of increase compared to the city overall rate. And what that is, so right now, like in COVID, a lot of cities are seeing huge increases, right? Even cities like New York. And what we've seen is areas where we're working, they might have a slight increase, but it is not on the same kind of curve that other parts that don't have the program are experiencing. And in fact, many of them continue to see reductions. But if there are these major kind of catastrophic events like COVID, or who knows what could happen, we typically see, if everything's done right, even the whole city's going up, even in cases of COVID, that the sites where the model is working is much less, if not seeing a decrease overall. And so this is, I mean, this is the goal. And I think, unfairly, and I'll finish up right now later, I mean, unfairly, the whole objective of this program, to work with the highest risk by using credible messengers out of a community-based organization, is to reduce the number of shootings and killings within that community. And so this is really the goal, the objective, and what we hang our whole reputation in working with a community partner on, is like, can we move those numbers of shootings and killings in that kind of percentage range in the first year? And so that's really the plan would be moving forward if we move forward on this project.
Thanks, Brent.
You wanted to talk about this slide, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, so in sum, this is my sum up page. If you take nothing else from what we're talking about here, there's a continuum of 3 partners in this. So there's the city and the county. We fund the program. We're going to contract with a local organization to run the program, and with Cure Violence for technical assistance. We're going to provide the funds and additional support as needed. And we're going to connect this work to our other efforts for maximum impact. Because the other thing to remember, right, is this exists in a larger ecosystem of community safety. This is one plank, one piece of it, which Mr. Jones talked about at the very beginning. This is about working with the highest risk, who are the most likely to be shooters, to stop the shooting and stop the homicides. Other pieces of our work are going to create an ecosystem which really stops this sort of continuum of violence, right? So once people are interrupted, what jobs do they have to go to? What opportunities do they have so that they can choose a different pathway forward? So that's the most important thing to remember. The city and the county are going to fund this and provide the support. Cure Violence is going to provide the technical assistance, and a community-based organization that is closest to the community at risk is going to be implementing this program on the ground. So in terms of next steps, we would contract with Cure Violence for recruitment, training, and technical assistance. That comes out to be about $80,000 for 1 year. We would set up partner organization to be a fiscal agent and provide administrative support as determined for an RFP. So that solves for the issue we were talking about before, where a community-based partner may not have those HR functions, may not have the ability to cut checks, may not have experience, dealing with a $400,000 contract. We can solve for that by having a fiscal agent, and Brent talked about how other cities have done that too. And then the city and the county would conduct an RFP process to select and fund a community-based organization to run that program. And that would be $390,000, as Brent, talked about in the assessment for year 1. And we are looking at beginning implementation in spring of 2021. So that's the Cure Violence assessment. I guess if anybody has questions, we can do that now. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor, members of council. Sarah, could we go back to the framework to address violence? So would like to piggyback off of what Lacey just said and really go back to the beginning. So we've been working on this for about 1.5 years now. And one of the things that was very important was this framework, which has intergovernmental collaboration, which we have, invest in community-led efforts, which we have, interrupt violence, which we have, and community collaboration in our priority areas, which we have. The use of data and evidence, I don't think we've talked about it enough, and so I would attribute this to Rebecca Hefner. We also wanted to make sure we had an evidence-based program, or much like Federico would tell me, or at least evidence-induced. So before the discussion comes on tonight, I just want to start by saying there are a number of tremendous organizations, grassroots organizations in this community that want to help, and that's amazing. If we go to the next slide, I just want to also reiterate that there's $2 million in those pies, those slices, just related to the Violence Interrupter Program, the Jumpstart grants, the violence prevention grants. And with that said, Cure Violence, which would help us with the RFP, but the vast majority of those funds, I think on the estimate was $390,000, would go to another local organization. And I think lastly, I guess before the discussions begin, what's important is that Cure Violence alone is not going to solve our problems. It is related to shootings and killings. And there are so many other organizations that are willing to help, but this is specific to shootings and killings, and that is how we would judge success in terms of outcomes. But I just wanted to say that, Mayor, before the questions started to come in.
Thank you for the presentation. This has been extremely helpful. Thanks to the team that has worked on it to make it possible to see the objectives as well as the actions and the budget for the program. We have 4 council members that would like to speak. The first one is Councilmember Eggleston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Lacey and Brent. Lacey, you had promised me next time we saw each other, you would have a ukulele song ready for me. That does not appear to be the case, so I will look forward to that at our next meeting. So I'll be brief. I mean, this is the work that we really started the calendar year on, and we pivoted a lot of the work in the Safe Communities Committee, and with good reason, in response to things that were going on nationally and things that were going on locally that needed to be addressed, and we did. We're back to this now, and I think that I was certainly proud of the unanimous adoption of our Safe Charlotte plan. I hope we will have unanimous support to move forward with this effort, with Cure Violence providing the framework and the expertise of a model that they have implemented and have seen be successful in other areas, and we'll tailor it with local organizations to our needs and the unique landscape we have here. And we'll make sure that we're doing that by investing in those local organizations to do that work. But I think we've got to take some significant steps forward and do so quickly to demonstrate to the community that the violent crime that we're seeing in our community, which we had one of the toughest years we've had in 2019, and this year has been even tougher. And so I think that if we do anything short of something bold to start to address that and start to curb that, we will be letting our constituents down, because we all know, because I know y'all get the same emails that I do, that this is top of mind for everybody in our community, whether they live in one of these challenge corridors or not. It's a concern. And so when that's the lead story on the news every day is a shooting that oftentimes leads to a loss of life, that's just something that no matter how many other wins we have as a city, that will dominate people's thoughts and certainly the way people view our city, both internally and externally. So we have got to do something big, and I think this will be a hell of a good first step towards doing, really making some significant change in this area. So we'll hope to have everyone's support in moving forward with this when the time comes. And thanks again to Brent, Lacey, Federico, everybody, Sarah, that's been really involved in all this work. You guys are rock stars.
All right, Ms. Watlington?
I just wanted to say I'm very pleased with the work that's been done since our Safe Communities meeting last week. As you know, I lifted up a concern that our grassroots organizations weren't ready to, or weren't equipped to be ready to be successful with this work, and I wanted to see our investment in them. And based on what Lacey shared and some of the answers to the questions that we asked last week that staff has provide us with over the last week, I'm very happy to see that we put our money where our mouth is, basically, and we put our grassroots organizations in a position to win with this. So I look forward to this. As we look forward going into next year, Lacey covered that part of our strategy is not just with managing behaviors, but also looking at infrastructure and looking at how our built environment contributes to violence. And I've lifted it up once before. Our relationship between alcohol outlet density in particular areas and violent crime. And if you look at our violent crime numbers of this year, you'll see that many of those districts overlap. And so with that, I'm very interested to see how we pivot to the next component of violence reduction as it relates to our infrastructure and our built environment. But I look forward to the work that Cure Violence and our grassroots organizations are going to do, and I look forward to supporting moving forward.
All right. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. If we could go back to the slide with the numbers. The numbers, the 80,000, the 20,000, the 390,000. Thank you. I just want to thank Mr. Jones and his team. Thank you, Lacey. This is what I was advocating for since September, that the grassroots organization or a local organization be given an opportunity to have a seat at the table. And it looks like this model that that a local organization will have essentially the lead. It is important. We do want this evidence-based and this excellent model from Cure Violence. So the fact that they're there to provide the technical assistance and help to build the capacity of a local organization is just a great collaborative approach. It helps to build economic mobility for a local organization and shows the respect and support of a local organization, especially since they were going to be the ones with the boots on the ground and doing the work. So I think this is a great model, and I look forward to supporting. I think it's important to have this trauma-informed approach, this cognitive behavioral, this peer mentoring, this holistic and evidence-based model that has proven that will work. So I think this is great. I think this is bold. And I think it shows that we're putting our money where our mouth is as far as supporting local organizations. So thank you, Lacey. I know that you've recently met with some local organizations and you all have made yourself accessible. Thank you, Mr. Jones, and I look forward to supporting this. Thank you.
All right. And our last speaker that I have is Mr. Graham, who is the representative in that area. Mr. Graham? Mr. Graham?
I'm sorry. This is really a great way to really end the year. The Legacy Commission, Transportation, and now really turning the corner on crime with Cure Violence. I had the opportunity to meet with the team when they came to Charlotte and was really impressed with the passion that they demonstrated to do the work. This is hard work, and it'll be really difficult to measure the results. Obviously, the number of murders is a measurement, but just having people on the street working with local organizations, grassroots leadership to accomplish a very tough task is really important. And notwithstanding the fact that a lot of it will be based in District 2, this is really not a district priority. It's a citywide priority that impacts corridors throughout the city. And so I am really, really pleased that we are here tonight. I think Lacey and the team has really done a great job in terms of pulling all this together. I've been watching her and the team work from afar, not trying to get in the way. And they really have answered the tough questions along the way. I think the manager articulated earlier that there are certainly enough funds on the ground that local grassroots organization who has the desire to help with the skills to help, there's a way for you to be at the table. And so I'm glad that the summit went extremely well. The community has the information. Now we just got to do the work, and it's hard work. I'm glad that the county's at the table. I think that really makes a difference in terms of partnering with Mecklenburg County to achieve this objective as well. And so I am cautiously optimistic that we're moving in the right direction. Hard work, no doubt, but necessary work. And I just want to thank the management team and Lacey and those who have gotten us to this point as we approach the end of this year and entering into the new year and a couple of days, really 2 or 3 weeks. So I'm really excited about this. And I look forward to working with Cure Violence and their team and the local grassroots organizations. And really, you know, following up on the conversation that I had with the manager about really focusing in 2021 about this whole concept of a community empowerment center. Not only do we have to begin to change the economics in these corridors, but we also have to invest in the people in these corridors. And so hopefully this is a start in terms of the investment of the people with Cure Violence, and that we can even take that another step forward as we approach the new fiscal year, new program year, and calendar year starting next month. So I'm excited about it and very supportive of the initiative, and hats off to the chairman of the Public Safety Committee for all the good work he's done this year. Thank you.
All right, and I was mistaken. We have 2 other council members that would like to comment or questions or have questions. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I also like to echo Councilmember Johnson's comment earlier about supporting our grassroots organizations. So appreciate the work here that's been done by the staff, and certainly the collaboration between city and county for addressing the violence we are seeing in our communities. So I think that this is a great step forward in partnering with the county. Also, I reached out to Durham City Council, and I had an opportunity to speak to the Mayor Pro Tem about their program. They have implemented this program a couple of years ago. They're actually looking to scale up the program and have been very pleased with they've been very pleased with the success of their program. They had mentioned that staff has been really dedicated, and they know the people in their assigned areas, and they're really committed to improving the community. So overall, I've heard great feedback from Durham folks, and you know, I look forward to seeing some great results here in our city. Thank you.
Mr. Winston?
Yes, I have a question about the local hires. Do these 5 to 6 hires have to come from a single organization, or could we hire 5 to 6 people from across the community that are highly qualified to create a highly qualified team while also intersecting existing community organizations?
I'm actually going to let Brent answer that question because he has the most experience with that. Go ahead, Brent.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, what typically tends to happen is A lot of the individuals who get selected to do this work might have been doing something similar, but we have them operate under one organization just in terms of some of the management protocols. So there's like the staff meeting, the weekly briefings, the debriefings, the database, et cetera. And so a lot of times what tends to happen is individuals who are hired might have worked at another organization or they might represent their own organization, but when they come on to do this work, they kind of fold into at least that part of working for a particular organization to do the implementation of it. So, a lot of, does that make sense? That's so.
No, I get that, but what I'm asking is, when these 5 or 6 hires are made, are you looking for one organization that hires 5 or 6 people, right?
No, they would be new hires. So they'd be new created positions within an organization. So they'd be open to everybody in the community to apply for.
Okay, that so we could have somebody from organization, we could hire 5 or 6 people and they might be associated with organization A, B, C, and D, but they're going to come together to create a team, and it's going to be on them using your training, you know what I'm saying, to kind of.
Yeah, so just to be clear, and so they would not be 5 or 6 existing people from an organization. These would be 5 or 6 newly created positions that people could apply for. Many times it's people who work with other organizations. Then they get hired by the local agency to do the implementation. Is that clear? Yeah, but that's how it is.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other comments or questions? Hearing none, Mr. Jones, what I've heard from the majority of the speakers is to continue to proceed and do it as quickly as possible. Okay. So I think that finishes our early session that started at 5. So why don't we move on? The curfew's coming up pretty soon. I got to start getting home. So let's see if we can finish this up. Let's start. I think our next item is item number 9. So if everybody can look at item number 9, it's a public hearing on a resolution to close Joe Whitner Road. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers? We have no speakers. May I have a
motion to close the public hearing?
All right. Do you have, it's Mr. Eggleston. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Driggs. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Is there anyone that objects closing the public hearing? Hearing no objection, that motion passes unanimously. The next item is item number 10, a public hearing on the Ashford House Historic Landmark Commission. We do have a speaker on this item. Is he still with us, Ms. Jackson?
Give me one moment.
Hold on. I have his name here. Not a paper. All right. It's Dontressa Ashford. Ms. Ashford?
Am I here? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can certainly hear you. Thank you for staying with us to this time in the public hearing. So you have 3 minutes to address the historic Ashford House, and that's the same last name, I understand.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, ma'am. This home has been in my family for the last 5 generations, and is located in West Charlotte in the Hoskins Mills area. And basically, my family and we're just delighted that we'll be considered for the home to be historical landmark designation, because it'll be an asset for our family as well as the community. The home has been a establishment of stability and continuity in this community since 1903. And we would love to have it designated as a historical landmark so that, future residents of Mecklenburg County in the city of Charlotte would just still have a little piece of history just to drive by and to look at, basically.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it and glad to see 5 generations of Charlotteans in our community and this house being preserved. Are there any questions by the council regarding the item? If there are no
Motion to close the public
questions,
hearing.
Who is Mr. Eggleston? Did you say that?
Yes, and thank you to the Ashford family for their interest in preservation.
Do I have a second to Mr. Eggleston's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Mr. Eggleston? I'm
Yes.
sorry. All right, so that's 6 votes. So is there anyone that objects to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. The next item is item number 11, and this is the public hearing on the Dowd House Historic Landmark designation. This is a public hearing. Madam Clerk, we have no speakers signed up for this.
Motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Eggleston, do we have a second? I need a second to the motion.
Second.
Mr. Winston.
Mr. Winston, thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr.
Madam
Graham?
Mayor?
I'm sorry, who?
This is Watlington.
Ms. Watlington? You want to
Yeah,
be
I just want-
recognized?
Yes, I just
Yes,
wanted
Ms.
to say,
Watlington.
I just want to say this has been a long time coming, and I had an opportunity to sit on a call with the county and the residents, not about the Dowd House specifically, but about the pocket park that will be right next to it. And there is a lot of community support and excitement for the preservation of the Dowd House, and also its role in providing this community good. So thank you for everybody who put in work there, and look forward to preserving the Dowd House and also creating additional space for the community to have a sense of place there in Camp Green. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Watlington. So I had Mr. Eggleston is okay with the motion. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell? Oh, I'm sorry, excuse
Watlington
me.
says yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. Item number 12 is a public hearing on the F.M. Simmons House Historic Landmark. We have a speaker for this, Mr. James Jordan. Mr. Jordan,
Yes, Mike, are you able to hear me?
you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank the council for giving me a moment to speak, and I'm aware of the time, so I'll be brief. My name is James Jordan. My wife and I are the homeowners of 625 Hermitage Court. We're passionate about historic preservation, and we see the cultural, educational, and economic value that historic preservation brings to the community. Designating this property as a landmark, we think will help ensure that this historically significant property is available for the community and future generations to enjoy. And I just really want to thank the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Historic Landmark Commission for their dedication to preservation across the Charlotte communities.
Thank you very much for your patience till we got to this item, and really appreciate the work that you're doing to help us with historic preservation. Do I have a motion?
Motion to close the public hearing, and thank you, Mr. Jordan.
All right, do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Is there anyone that objects to the closing of the hearing, the motion? Hearing no objection, that motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is a public hearing on item number 13, a public hearing on the former Charlotte Fire Station number 10 for historic landmarks designation. We have no speakers signed up to speak.
Close the public hearing.
Mr. Eggleston, motion.
Second.
Who is that, Mr. Driggs?
Yeah.
All right, any further discussion? All right, Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Is there anyone that objects to the closing of the public hearing? Hearing no objection, that motion passes unanimously. The next item that we have is item number 14. Approve the Intergovernmental Relations Committee recommendation to approve the 2021 federal and state legislative agendas. This is from our committee chairs. So I would like to recognize Mr. Bakari for a motion and any comments. And Mr. Winston will follow Mr. Bakari.
Sure. Mr. Winston, do you want me to start and tee it up with our pre-planned introduction, and then you add some commentary to it?
Absolutely. No.
Okay, everyone. We've talked about this a lot, so we don't have to go into too much detail. But the mayor and the council has been, I think, briefed several times on this to this point. Mr. Fenton had briefed us on that federal and state legislative agenda on the November 9th meeting as well, you'll recall. So as it's customary, the Intergovernmental Relations Committee is going to be working with staff to monitor the work of our state and federal legislative bodies in 2021, and we're going to report back as appropriate. I think the punchline on that item is there is always a moving target as it relates to opportunities from a legislative and intergovernmental perspective, and this will evolve. What you see before you is a great body of work, but like we said, we continue to monitor it to see where we can be opportunistic and respond to what's necessary. Also, just an interesting piece of information, if you haven't heard yet, Senator Natasha Marcus has been selected by her delegation colleagues as the chair of the Mecklenburg delegation for this upcoming session. So please remember to congratulate her as well. And Mr. Fenton's already working with her to determine a date for us to brief the delegation in advance of the start of the long session. So with that, I will hand it over to Mr. Winston for his comments, and then obviously to humor a motion for approval.
Mr. Winston.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari, and thank you, Mr. Fenton, and the rest of intergovernmental staff. We have done a lot of work, and as Mr. Bakari said, it is not done. The target will continue to move. I would just remind us that we were not able to present in person our federal delegation, our legislative agenda this year, because the lockdown went in as soon as we were scheduled to travel to DC. So I think 2020 has taught us that we must be nimble in our policy-making decisions. We will continue to do so. With that, I move for approval of both the federal and state legislative agendas on agenda item.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. Winston to adopt the recommendation as stated. Is there a second? Mr. Driggs, second?
Yeah.
Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmera?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. The next item is we have a city manager's report on the sustainable facilities policy update. I'm going to recognize the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Mayor, the sustainable facilities policy, we had Sarah Hazel that would give us an update tonight, and as the mayor mentioned earlier today, she was earlier today appointed as the city's
first. Oh, did I take your thunder, Mr.
That's okay. We're in a good partnership.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. She was just standing there.
As the City of Charlotte's first chief Sustainability and Resilience Officer, and she will head the Office of Sustainability and Resilience full-time. So we really appreciate all the hard work that Sarah has been doing over the last year or so, but maybe more importantly, she's made this more of a Team Charlotte approach and not just one office or one person. So Mayor, given the time tonight, we can push the Sustainable Facilities Policy update until January 4th.
And you think there's going to be more time on January the 4th? We got 4 public hearings on major.
Or we can go with it. It's.
Well, we did get a copy, or everyone has a copy. Maybe the question is for the council. Would you like to have a briefing on it separately, or be able to just send Sarah questions by email or grab her as necessary?
The latter.
Email.
Okay.
Email.
Ms. Ajmira, I heard you say?
Yes, Ms. Ajmira has her hand.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, I have had a couple of emails from environment stakeholders, and I shared that feedback with Sarah, so I'm good.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that we will have emails to Sarah about any questions that we have. Thank you very much for that accommodation to the council. So now we're on our business agenda, and we have the first item is item 16. It's a motion to approve the 2021 City Council regular and budget meeting schedule, and this is primarily the schedule that would be presented for the meetings. We've had to amend and change based upon circumstances, but right now this would be the usual council adoption of the schedule.
Motion approved.
Second.
All right, Mr. Eggleston, and who seconded?
Driggs.
Mr. Driggs. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I did have a
Yes?
question.
I'm sorry. Someone said they had a question.
Yeah, this is Watlington.
Ms. Watlington? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my question is just at the top here where it's got the first Mondays, second Mondays, third Mondays, et cetera. And I see that the council strategy session here is 5 o'clock in room 267. The council business meeting has 5 p.m. exceptions. And the zoning meeting, though, says meeting begins remotely at 5 p.m. And then I see down at the bottom for the public forum, it says meeting begins at 5 p.m. I just want to make sure I'm clear about what this is actually saying in light of the conversations that I know are happening in the governance committee about virtual and remote meetings. I'd like to walk through this top part just so I'm clear.
So my understanding is that we have just put in a strategy session with exceptions January and May. And I think that what they're basically saying is that I think the council's motion, and I'm not sure the committee report has come back, is that we will be virtual and that it's just a matter of who's in the room. On the second item, the business meeting is the same thing. The zoning meeting is the same, as well as the public forum. Until we change from virtual and the emergency declaration, then I think that we continue to operate as we are. Is that correct? This is a notice primarily for the public to know which the dates are.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we were dealing with those two, that if we were dealing with those in one, I was clear, but it sounds like those are two separate things, and we'll be entertaining that work at another time, post the committee's recommendation,
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
All right,
that would be correct. Okay, so I had on this item, the Mayor Pro Tem is affirmative, Mr. Winston as affirmative, Mr. Driggs as affirmative. Ms. Ajmira?
Ms. Johnson has her hand raised.
I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson?
Well, I think that Ms. Watlington asked the question and you clarified it. This is just for the dates right now, because we already have a vote in September that we're virtual until a future decision or otherwise, right?
That is correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Mr. Bakari? Mr. Eggleston? Okay.
Yes.
All right, is there anyone that opposes this motion? Hearing none in opposition, the motion passes unanimously. Item 17 is Goose Creek Sanitary Sewer Extension to Crest Hill. It's a reimbursable agreement for a 5-year agreement with Green Street Land Company for construction of the Goose Creek Sanitary Sewer Extension Project in the amount of $2.4 million, adopting the budget ordinance for the same. Do I have
Motion to approve and adopt.
I couldn't hear who the second was.
Larkin and Driggs.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. The next item is item number 18, sale of city-owned property on Teeter Drive. Adopt a resolution approving the sale of 1.1 acres of city-owned property on Teeter Drive to Broad Street Homes for $39,000 and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute all documents
Move to
necessary.
approve.
Second.
I'm trying to get in ahead of Larkin.
Driggs.
Trying to keep it moving.
Eggleston has the second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, Mayor Pro Tem Isel.
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. The next item is item 19. And 19 is appropriate private developer funds for traffic signal installations and improvements. Approve the developer agreements with Centene, Wingram, BINCLP, and Central Piedmont for traffic signal modifications, adopting a budget ordinance to appropriate $113,000 in private development funds for those same improvements, and adopt a budget ordinance appropriating $38,000 in supplemental developer funds for traffic signal installation improvements on projects currently under construction. Do I
Motion to
have?
approve, adopt, and adopt.
All right, Mr. Eggleston and Mr. Driggs. Is there any further discussion on these items? Hearing no further discussion, Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
That's 6 votes there. Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. Item number 20 is to accept appropriate private developer funds for the Walker Branch Connection Project, adopt a budget ordinance appropriating $150,000 in private development funds for the said project. Do I have a motion?
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. Now it's time for council appointments to the arts, to the various groups. The first one is appointments to the Arts and Science Council to appoint residents to serve as specified.
Deputy Clerk.
The deputy clerk is going to tell us what has been the results.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the Arts and Science Council, one appointment for a 2-year term at large public sector South and East Advisory Council representative. We had 2 nominees, neither of which received 6 votes, so we will have to have a runoff.
All right, thank you.
So we have Tangela Falk and Kelly Thompson. Should we proceed with Tangela Falk first?
So we did not, neither one got 6 votes?
That's correct. Neither
Okay.
one received 6.
Can you tell us how many each one received?
How many did each person have?
Sure. Tangela Falk received 4 votes. Kelly Thompson received 3.
Motion to approve Tangela Falk.
Angela,
I need someone to raise their hand. I'm looking at the screen. If someone would raise their hands, then I could be able to find out. Ms. Ajmira?
yes, I made a motion to approve Tangela Falk to the commission.
Tangela Falk?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So we have a motion for Ms. Falk. All right, so it would require 6 votes, and we have 2 people that are absent today. So let's see, all in favor of Ms. Falk, please raise your hands visibly on the screen so that you can be seen. So I have Ms. Ajmira, Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Winston, Mr. Bakari, Ms. Johnson, and Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, do I have you? No?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. So let me go back. I have Ms. Ajmira, Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Bakari, and Ms. Johnson.
And
And
Eggleston.
Mr. Eggleston.
And Ms.
Ms.
Watlington.
And Ms. Watlington. Ms.
And Mr.
Watlington, where are you? Oh, I see. Got it.
Me
So
too.
that's 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's
It's definitely more than 6.
6.
That's, yeah.
All right, so she is appointed. All right, the next item is appointments to the Charlotte Tree Advisory Commission. Deputy Clerk?
Oh, I'm sorry. We have another appointment for the Arts and
that
Science
was-
Council. But we received enough votes for this one. So 1 appointment for a 2-year term for City Council District 4 Public Sector North and West Advisory Council Representative, Aniaka Magsaba.
Motion to appoint.
Okay.
I couldn't hear the name.
The name is Aniaka Magsaba.
Magsaba?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's my motion.
All right, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I heard Mr. Graham and Ms. Ajmira. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so she has 3 votes, so I'm just going to go across the screen. Mr. Winston? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
All right, that's 6 votes, and she is appointed, or he is appointed. All right, and now we're ready to go to the Tree Advisory Committee.
Okay, for Charlotte Tree Advisory, we have 1 appointment for a 3-year term. Charlie Welsh was appointed, or I'm sorry, received 6 votes, or 7
Motion to
votes.
appoint Charlie Welch.
Second.
He already got the 6 votes,
Yeah.
so we don't need a motion. Okay, the next one is the Housing Appeals Board.
1 appointment for a housing industry representative for a 3-year term. Again, these 2 nominees neither of them received 6 votes. We have Camila Peebles, who received 4, and Cemental Grayson Roundtree, who received 2.
Motion to appoint Camila Peebles.
All right,
Second.
Second, yeah.
I said Mr. Eggleston made the motion, Mr. Driggs seconded, so that's 2. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
No.
No? All right, Ms. Ajmira?
No.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
No.
Ms. Watlington? So with, so we don't have, there were 4 yes votes, and if I look at the council members, we have only 8, so it's 4 to 4 unless somebody's willing to change their minds. So we'll just push this
bring
to
that
the
back.
next one. That's
Can I make
right.
a motion to appoint?
I'm sorry. Ms. Ajmira?
Yeah, can I make a motion to appoint the second name?
Samantha Grayson Roundtree.
Yes, Ms. Roundtree.
All right, Ms. Roundtree, Ms. Ajmira has made a motion. Is there a second to that motion? Mr. Winston has made a second. So, so we have a motion and a second. Mr. Driggs?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Mr. Eggleston?
No.
Mr. Graham?
No.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
So that's a tie. Both people, neither one of them received the majority necessary to be appointed. It'll
Madam
come
Mayor.
back to us on January the 4th.
Madam Mayor,
Mayor,
Mr.
for the tree
Bakari.
advisory, we
I'm sorry.
typically do vote to appoint even after the votes, don't we?
I cannot hear you, Mr. Eggleston.
I was just checking, I guess, with the clerk. We usually do actually vote to officially appoint the person, I think, which we didn't for tree advisory, so I just didn't want us to not.
Mr. Eccleston, this process is the appointment process, so if the person gets 6, they are automatically appointed.
Okay, yeah, as opposed to our nomination vote, got it.
Mm-hmm, that's correct.
Okay.
Madam Mayor. Mr. Bakari is still on.
Mr. Bakari?
But he still wouldn't be but a 5th vote.
Yeah, but it wasn't a tie vote, but there's 9 of us.
But you still have to get the 6.
He would still have to get to 6, and there's 4. So 2 people would have to change to get to, but we've already done this for both candidates. I think it's only fair to move procedurally to bringing it back for the next meeting. Neither of the 2 candidates on motions got 6 votes. Okay. I think that for us, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second, happy holidays, everybody.
Well, we will see you for the zoning meeting before the holidays.
I can't stand it. I'm going away for a while.
Oh.